Okay, good morning everyone. Hope you had a fantastic day today. Good to see all you. I need more coffee. It's weird, so like I got to sleep at a reasonable hour last night, and I woke up a little bit early, but like I feel less rested than the day before, where I went to bed super late and got up early. I don't know. Sleep is weird. Sleep is interesting. I hope you guys are getting enough sleep, because I don't know if I am. But Wonderlands waits for no one. Disclaimer, exercise healthy gaming habits and stuff. It's not just that, but you know, get plenty of rest. Hey Cheese, how you doing? Let's greet everyone else as well. Peter Panda, Itsukato, New Mexiben, Jaybridge, Seveth, McG, David, Tenor Madness, Hazel, Chester, Era. More coffee? Always more coffee, my dude. Always. Mr. Streamer said my name. I always try to greet everyone at the start of stream at least. And I try to read chat, you know, interactivity. It's live content. I treat it as such. But yeah, welcome back. Good to see you again. Sporcer with no capstones, awful or not awful? What are you taking that's stopping you from getting capstones? Like, are you going down to Wrath of Nature and then what, the gun damage per spell weaving stack? Can you do that? You probably can do that. Took my wife to the airport at 4 a.m. What is this sleep? Oh, I feel you, dude. Yeah, exactly. That could work. That could work. I would personally not consider that gun damage as worth. I would just, at that point, if you're down to Wrath of Nature, I'd just go cap Spore, personally. But I feel like for single target, your setup would be better. Hey King, how you doing? Did Twitch close the PogChamp's emote's mouth for April Fools? It certainly looks like they did. I was really confused. Yeah, PogChamp is closed for April Fools. Yeah, it's April Fools, by the way. I didn't plan anything. So I'm sure there'll be some sort of light trolling. Earlier this week, I was outside. My t-shirt was really sunny and warm. Now there's snow everywhere. Yeah, it rained all, like, last night into this morning. But it's like spring weather now, when 2 days ago it was bitter cold. It's weird. Slightly less pog, a little less pog, but it's okay. We'll be okay. Hey Prime Poo, how you doing? So during stream today, I will be giving out a bunch of skeleton keys, courtesy of 2K. If you're familiar with the golden keys from previous Gearbox titles, skeleton keys are this game's answer, Tiny Tina's Wonderland's answer to that. And they're really helpful in this game for the gearing process, particularly... Yeah, phone, you are on a hard surface, that is my bad. Particularly for gearing right as you're getting into Chaos Chambers. Previous games kind of don't have a defined point where I would say, hey, use your keys at this time. It was just kind of like, use them whenever you feel like it. But currently, with how the game works, I would say... right before you start doing Chaos Chambers, right after you're done with your story content, that's the perfect time to use those keys. So what I'm going to do for these is throughout the stream, I'm just going to give you guys a keyword to spam in the chat, and then I'll do the Nightbot giveaway function. These are single-use codes, okay? So it's not like I can just put it in the chat and everyone gets it. It's going to go to one individual. Now, I have 10 of these keys, and I'll just be giving them out sporadically. So let's do a test run right now for anyone who's here at the moment. Let's see. Let's do keyword key. Let's keep it simple. So type key, K-E-Y, in the chat if you want to win a skeleton key code. Cool. Queso, it's you. So, Queso, since I'm already connected with you on other things and stuff, just whisper me anywhere. Twitter, Twitch, Discord. I prefer Discord if you can, and I'll get you that code. We'll do a second one right now as well, chat. We'll do a second one right now as well. I have 10 of these, so yeah, we got plenty. So the way we're going to distribute these is if you win, I just need to be able to private message you somewhere, whether you're already connected with me on Twitter or Discord. That works, but I'm going to default to Twitch Whisper if I don't know you. And I just DM you the code, you redeem it through Shift, same as any other Shift code, and then it's gone. Today's my birthday. Yo, happy birthday, Etrigan. Okay, second one to New Mexico. Okay, so that's 2 of the keys down for now. The rest are going to be throughout the stream, so like, maybe roughly on the hour, I'll just throw out another one. So, how do you guys feel about pairs of 2? So you get 2 chances each time? That sound good? Okay, Queso messaged me. Let's, there you go, Queso. Like if things come in pairs of 2s, you would, Era. You would, never change. So, in terms of content today, we're gonna be doing some Chaos 20 chamber runs across various builds. I did get a couple upgrades I want to try out on my Bereaver setup, on my Skeeper of Bones, if you will. And so we're gonna mess around with that, do some fast runs. I've still not gotten a sub 9 Chaos Chamber run yet. I've gotten faster than 10 minutes. We got the #1 Chaos Chamber challenge C20 time yesterday. At least that's what the leaderboard told us. So we'll keep going. Hey Raven, how you doing? Good to see you. And I got a shaft code instead? No, that's not how this works. Pasta from Etrigan. Are you seriously asking if Quag's the best Borderlands player? Korean StarCraft players watch him play to learn how to improve their APM. Russian chess gurus watch him play to learn how to improve their mind. Dwayne The Rock Johnson studies his casual pose to learn how to look more swole. Quag is the best Borderlands player. He's the best gamer. Nay, human. Alive today. Period. I like this energy, Etrigan. I like it. I like where you're coming from. And once again, happy birthday to you. Thank you for always having an exceptional shitpost. Hey pal, how you doing? Good to see you. Let me add that to the doc real quick, because that is a beautiful one. Oh, this thing is so long that when I open it up now, it has to load, like, a bunch of pages at the bottom. Like, I scroll to the bottom and it's like, oh wait, hang on, there's more. Okay, let's do it. Oh yeah, I was trying to dedicated farm something. Thank you, stole it myself. It's pretty good. Game's been out for a week now. I still haven't even reached endgame. Bloody hell, this game has so much freaking content. It really does. I have 5 days playtime on the Epic launcher in this game already. It's been out for 7, and I have 5. That's yeah. Whispered? Okay, let me get that to you. Morning, Ryorian, how you doing? Alright, there you go. Yeah, and there's many more codes to go. So I'll probably give out the next pair, let's say, in an hour. So, to reiterate, for anyone who might have missed it, skeleton keys are great in this game for gearing up when you're first getting ready to do Chaos Chamber stuff. And I like that there's kind of a clearly defined time when they help you the most. So we're just killing this because, you know, we were here. And I'm experimenting with spells with them. Using inflammation for those explosions is very satisfying. Okay, no drop. Still fun, though. This build melts. That's just an obelisk. But yeah, this,
that's the good stuff.
It does a lot of damage. And I did get an upgrade. I did get an upgrade. It's just a little upgrade. Just a little one. Just a little one. Tiny. Oh, and I was wearing my loot luck amulet. Loot luck. Gotta get the loot luck, chat. Alright, so frost damage, Greyborn, or dark magic, Greyborn. Frost damage. So I was also messing with yesterday. I've started putting together a Stavomancer build that I like, but it's super gear dependent. So I'm not quite happy with the damage yet. The concept is starting to work. I just need to branch out and figure out different weapons I can throw on it and kind of min-max which enchants I'm gonna end up using on the build. But it's coming along. It's to give you guys an idea of the concept. It's max duration from the shadows. So I managed to get a about a 40-something second from the shadows activation with that build. It requires some dense mobbing and some really good damage, but it's doable. You think the best way to get all 3 raid bosses in Chaos Chamber? You gotta luck into it. You gotta luck into it. You gotta get a configuration that that has all 3. I would say running extended runs.
Enter if you dare.
So you got normal, and then you got extended. Extended gives you a better chance of getting it. We're gonna do normal for the moment. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. It's all about that Brad luck.
This should really come with the sight.
I guess that damage is pretty good.
Walk like rubbish. That's the way it's gonna be, eh?
Always want more twisters. I don't like either of those options. Hey Aaron, after 52 hours, I finally finished the main story and all collectibles can rejoin the realm of the Allquather. Welcome back. It's good to see you. What'd you think? You enjoy it? Unfortunately, we got a bad seed in terms of the mobs kind of running at us through these alleys, which is really cool from just a design perspective, but there's not a lot of them. I've seen a lot of feedback, people wanting a little more density in Chaos Chamber. And I think maps like this are a great showcase, because it'd be really cool to have the enemies kind of funneling to you through these alleyways. Create a pretty cool combat situation. But there's not a lot of them currently. Any recommendations for Spellborn gear? Get spell damage on stuff. Spell damage, area damage are gonna be big for that combination. Personal game of the year, let's go. Their build doc yet for Wonderlands? It's been a week, Peter Panda. Give it some time. It's been a week and there's been no patches, balancing hotfix, or anything yet. I'd give it some time. Because currently you still have people pushing things like the Infinite Mushroom Companion bug as builds, you have people pushing Buffmeister bug as builds, like... builds landscape isn't stable enough for reliable and long-term documentation yet. Remember, it's very likely that any build put out right now is going to be subject to change later. Yes, to the density, sometimes I'm just wandering around trying to find an enemy. It depends on the map. Like, a map like this, you don't have to wander because it's very, very centralized, you know? Of course, with this type of objective, it's different, but you get the idea. Map structure. I assume you have to double check buffs in Summoner build video, just in case. Yeah, no leaf. Yeah. It's awkward that you have to check, but it's one of those things that, for your own, body of information, it's good to know that it's a bug that happens. And there are people both knowingly and unknowingly benefiting from it. Especially in the current landscape, where if you build around, say, a bug of any kind, what happens when that bug gets fixed and your items have been rolled onto an enchant that no longer helps you? So I'd exercise caution. Talk about ASA not being ASA. That's another one. Yeah, that's another bug that it's beneficial. So sure, it's cool to mess around with right now. But don't put all your eggs in that basket, because if they do fix that enchant interaction, then there's going to be a lot of builds that kind of just got to C20, and I feel the density is better there than it was on lower chaos levels. Not sure if that's true or not, just my personal feeling. I've been playing on exclusively Chaos 20 since launch. I did not do a Chaos climb. Not a full Chaos climb on stream, anyway. I had already had one C20 character, and then I just kind of finished the grind for the playthrough character off stream. And I've not really noticed a huge density difference. Now, the big thing in C20 is that enemies are alive longer, so the trickle can be a little less obvious depending on the enemy type. I love Inflammation. Such a cool spell. So the flamethrower spell I'm using right now, chat, if you damage an enemy with it, they get primed, and when they die under that effect, they explode. And that explosion applies that same effect to anything hit. So you can get nice little explosion chains. It's a bunch of pretty free damage, because Inflammation also has a very short cooldown and 3 charges. So it's really good for spamming on spellcast effects. What's this about free skeleton keys? I'm glad you asked, Wraithlord. So, exclamation point giveaway just kind of tells you the gist of it, but I have a few skeleton key codes to give out to you guys in chat. These are single-use codes, so only one winner gets it. We're using Nightbot's giveaway function to give these out. We've given away 2 of the 10 that I have. So periodically throughout the stream, I'll just be giving out some more of those. I'll give you a keyword to say in the chat, and then you say it in chat, and that enters you in. And then I click giveaway, and Nightbot will randomly select a winner, who I will then ask to private message me either on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord. And then I'll get you the code there. And skeleton keys, for those uninitiated, are equivalent to golden keys from Borderlands games. I personally really like them for first getting into the Chaos tier grinding. Like, right after you beat the story, hit level 40, get into the lower Chaos levels, that's the perfect time to redeem them. Do we get a good range configuration on this? No idea where the thing is. Oh, I let it into a wall. I'm intelligent. Playing Grave Spell Shot. I'm currently playing Berserker Graveborn at the moment. Go. So we'll do the hidden blue raid boss. Dragonlord being kind with the modifiers this run. How's it that magic shotguns suck so much, Lukewarm Wang? It's mostly just the Hyperius ones that suck, Aaron. I've not tried the Torg ones enough to really form an opinion there as much. Death hit me, but that's fine. Most their fire rate, they're just so slow. I mean, I think it's their damage as well. Yeah, Trick Mirror. I don't have inventory slots. I forgot that I have not been managing that well at all. I did not prepare for this. I guess that Trick Mirror is staying on the ground. But a customization... I don't need a Chaotic Envy. That's fine. What does the Envy do, by the way, other than is Corrosive Jacob Sniper? Or Black Powder Sniper, or whatever. Volatile Green SMG. Lovely. Hey, Kentrama, how you doing? Need a shotgun that shoots magic plates? That's one of the magic barrel shotgun types, yeah. Hawking around, good to see you, hope you're well. Emily, how you doing? It's highest projectile count black powder shotgun you've seen this far. I have several copies of times 21s. I'm keeping a lookout for times 25. I've not seen it yet. Got a goblin pickaxe in my first kill of Pigwort, so happy. Nice. World drop curse wood in the same area. Very lucky flight. Hey newbie, how are you today? I love this boss fight. It's so cool.
Enemy in my sights.
Escape. Okay, good boss fight.
Well, that going for you.
This Chaos Chamber? It sure is. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Nitro, good to see you. You know, to be honest, I don't find the need to buy many SDUs in early game, practically never running out of ammo or space this game. Early game, sure. Yeah, I find that ammo is ammo's much more of a commodity in the late game than other games. Hey, a 13-minute run with a raid boss, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, let me put the loot lock on. Went through ammo with liquid cooling, it's no fun. Diversify your weapon consumption. Your ammo consumption, I should say. So, I find myself using a lot of pistol ammo, but I try to keep an SMG and a shotgun, or an SMG and a sniper equipped as well. Helps a lot. I'm on the lookout for certain snipers that I want to try to use on this. So we'll be rolling the sniper bunny a lot today. Still confused by so many endgame gear things. Like what? Like what? Name something that's confusing. I can maybe help clear it up a bit. Just got an idea for even more crystal gain. We should be able to melee the 2 crystals from Dragonlord to take both. Like you take both curses? Ooh. That'd be interesting. That could get real crazy. Okay, a question for you. Do you get that much crystals because you're on C20, trying to gear up for my build? It's not easy. Taking curses helps a lot. Chaos 20 you get a lot more as well. Doing more boss fights will get you more crystals. Is my loot lock not on right now? Actually, I think I forgot to toggle. No, my loot lock's on. Just unlucky. Doing elite rooms gives you some good crystal yields. Doing bonus objectives as well. I did get a volatile drill sniper yesterday. I've not even shot that gun yet. No idea how to use it. Okay, moving on. Just what's optimal and what affects so lost without wikis. Well, wikis have never been good for this kind of thing. There's never been a Borderlands wiki that actually had accurate information. So, in terms of other community resources, though, there's places like Vault Hunter Hub, Fate Maker Hub, Loot Lemon. Borderlands 3 had the community builds documents. But remember, it's only been a week. A lot of stuff is still being figured out. This is a good pistol. So, a little patience for resources is something I advocate for. I'm almost at full bank space, chat. 510 is max bank, and I'm dangerously close. Put Rain of Arrows away. Threats of Fate. Keep that Glacial Cascade. Do I need both of these? Nah, I'll keep them for flexibility. Skeep Prod. I want to use that. Alright, that should be fun for a bit. They should put a mark at the end? A vending machine? Yeah, for sure. I would love to see that. That would be a huge quality of life improvement. Okay, my loot luck is applied. I think. This skeep. I should unfavorite the other one, but then I'd get rid of it.
Think you can make it?
Let's run it back. Hey, Exempt, how you doing? Good to see you again. How you been feeling about loot luck and loot dice effect and dedicated drops? You think that'll change? I don't think that'll change. I think we could see dedicated rates increase, maybe. We could see pools spread out a little bit. We see certain non-respawning enemies enabled as respawning. Ultimately, I suppose I have a different perspective than a lot of people on it. So, before Gearbox made some adjustments, as they did on launch day, to the drop rates and such, I was in agreement that they needed some changing. It used to be worse. It used to be a lot worse. But now, compared to then, I'm just like, it's fine now, for my purposes, but that is the emphasis there for my purposes. I am a player that I do not like dedicated farming items. I do not like the gameplay loop of save quitting to kill one single enemy, and then waiting for loading screens to get to my gameplay again. That's not my personal definition of fun. So you'll see me do a lot of Chaos Chamber. I'm perfectly content to go for my gear through the buddies in the Chaos Chamber. So I care less about the issue personally. Now, objectively, as a problem for like game health, etc., then sure, you could make an argument that dedicated drops could stand to be a little more, I suppose, closer to the level of reward of Chaos Chambers. But ultimately, I think it's something that people should really just give a chance more than they have been. Like, this idea of, hey, I need to save quit farm this enemy. No, you don't. That's never been a good system. Now, you can enjoy it regardless. There's lots of things that aren't necessarily good systems that I enjoy. But, like, you don't need to do that. And I think a lot of people, not everyone, disclaimer, a lot of people who take significant issue with the system simply have not been open to alternatives. I think that the Chaos Chamber method of farming is far more organic and gets you more gameplay. Literally more bang for your buck. Because you shoot things, they go bang. And I'm not buying video games to play load screens, personally. So I much prefer this way. But that's not for everyone, and more options for more people is always a good thing. So, I suppose the roundabout thing that I've been beating around the bush on is, I would not be opposed to dedicated drop rates increasing, but I do not feel strongly about it in any way. Hey Puck, do you know of any high damage poison spells? You can get a barrel maker in poison, or a concentrated magic barrage. Those can be 3, 4, 5,000 card damage. You can go for any of those. You can get a twister in poison element. Twister has very high card damage. A volatile Twister is like 400 times 16. It's crazy. Oh, sure, knocked me off the edge. That's rude. Trying to make a spell shot stab with dot build the poison explosion class mod. Sounds fun. Hey Popsy, good to see you. How are you today? One thing I feel strongly about is that dice should be account wide or something. I personally would like to see them be account wide, but that's not even something I feel strongly about. Like, I suppose I'm just a little bit weird in that regard. The loot is never something central to my enjoyment in these games. As long as there's not barriers to getting things in certain ways, like, I don't like the enchantment rerolling situation, for example. Because that's not gameplay, that's a barrier to gameplay. I do not like that kind of design. But ultimately, I play for this, what we're doing right now, where I'm running around killing things, tweaking my builds, optimizing damage, finding new and interesting ways to crack this particular egg. Like, that's what I like. I don't really care about the C loot beam side of it. That's just my taste. Less inflammation today, so I'm doing good. Ooh, that's good to hear. It's good to hear for sure. How you doing? Doing okay. Doing okay. Stoked to do some skeleton key giveaways today for the lovely people in chat. We'll do the next one in about 30 minutes. Where do I find Pigwort? Pigwort is the obelisk boss in Mount Craw. You can also luck into getting Pigwort in the Chaos Chamber. I didn't mean to pick that up.
Turned away. Now do my bidding.
I've been trying out some new enchants with this build as well, and it's feeling pretty good. This one is one I like a lot. When health is below 50%, regenerate 5% max health per second and gain 30% damage dealt. So when my Reaper of Bones is about to end, this kicks in, I get a bunch of damage, and it starts fighting the drain, this really, really, really helps. Also, it's active in Save Your Soul. So, when I'm down, it gives me damage. It's a great time to need damage, you know? Great time to have damage, I should say. I think Gearbox do a reasonable job. There's so many kinds of Borderlands players, it's impossible to make it perfect for every single one. Yeah, well said, LGD. At the end of the day, the goal should be providing the most options to the most people. And I think they make a very solid attempt at that, and succeed in a lot of areas. Hey, homie data. Actually, like the drop dice, this VH only feel it breaks up the grind to have it a level of brand new VH with a little extra something, you know? I do feel whatever they're calling VH rank in this game is account-wide, though. So myth rank is account-wide. But the thing about that logic with the dice being character-specific is that's a subjective thing. You like doing it on every character, but making things less than elective is a slippery slope. Especially in a situation currently where, in particular, dedicated drop farmers are the ones who are most likely to really need that loot luck for their loot acquisition experience. They're pretty much put in a position where they get the loot dice or suffer. And that's going to be an every character thing. So at that point, a lot of those players would argue that it's not optional anymore. And I'm a firm believer that players shouldn't be forced into doing things. It should all be elective. The game should be a playground, a sandbox. So while it's something that I don't feel too strongly about since the type of player I am, I'm not as affected by loot dice. The drop rates from the bunnies are very, very forgiving, even with low loot luck. It's like, I see the argument. Myth rank is an account wide for me. It only kicks on when a character hits 40, Nitro. It is cross-character, but it only kicks on when they hit 40. So, yes, it is account wide. I love that snake stick. Snake stick with Echo is just very nice to have on your Graveborn builds, chat. Because if you ever need to bonk an enemy like that, deliver some free damage, snake stick will also spawn a Hydra, which counts as a companion. And that's more damage. That's a pretty good arc torrent, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like arc torrents though, so just don't enjoy them, I should say. Make a dice account wide with reset dice or playthrough option would be nice. That sounds complicated to implement. Hey Sora, how you doing? There we go. Bye, Celesta. Just Melted Western, only issue is his damn stomp. Yeah, that stomp is toxic. It's one of the very few boss attacks in this game that, like, you can't really avoid it too effectively. It's just take it or kill him before it happens. And those are not ideal options for a lot of players. I'd say Son of a Witch is easily the most difficult boss in this game. Have really played other looter shooters to this extent? Do other games have save quit farming, or is it just a Borderlands thing? It's just a Borderlands thing, Peter Panda. That's the wild thing. That is just a Borderlands thing. You look at other looters, if you look at even other recent looters. Ooh, Dark Magic, all damage dealt, cooldown, Clawbringer, I'll take that. That'd be useful. Godfall does not have save quit farming. Outriders does not have save quit farming. To my knowledge, Destiny and The Division both have long-form activity target farming for loot categories, in the same vein as Chaos Chamber. In terms of other looters, not necessarily shooters, but other looters, Diablo does not have save quit farming. Save quit farming is a Borderlands thing. Now, that does not mean that it should be in Borderlands, it just means that Borderlands is the only one that does it. I don't mind dedicated farming existing as long as there's alternatives, and in Wonderlands, Chaos Chamber is finally an equal, if not better, alternative to dedicated farming, which is a much more player-friendly experience. Chaos Chamber is very, very, very good. I'm a big fan. Godfall has very limited save quit farming. It has exactly 2 enemies with dedicated drop sources, but they also appear in non-save quit activities. So, like, no. Same logic behind people of BO3 bitching about takedowns. This isn't a raid re. Well, it's not a Borderlands raid you're used to, but there are more akin to actual raids than Borderlands raid bosses ever have been. I fucking adore them, especially GTD. Yeah, it's an upwards battle. Like, it's a hill you gotta climb, getting people used to the concept of doing mechanics and modernization of game mechanics. But I think this game's doing a great job of that. Did I read a bunch of bosses in this game respawn without reloading? Now personally, I'm a Chaos Chamber gamer, so I don't even pay much attention to that part of the game. So I can't really comment on that. Just like save quit farming, because I mainly only play with a friend, it's frustrating to join a person over and over again. Right, it's very unfriendly to co-op. And it creates a bit of an identity crisis when you're a game that is presenting itself as a fantastic co-op experience, which Wonderlands is. Like, Chaos Chamber with friends is some of the most fun I've had in co-op gaming ever, across any game ever. But you can't have that same experience with save quitting, because the group disbands, and it's not great. Phasing out save quitting is a good move. And so, to reiterate, it's not gone. It is not gone. There are still save-quittable enemies with desirable drops. There's some dedicated-only items that are desirable. It's still a thing. It is no longer the focus of the entire loot economy, which is a good thing. These are really good parts for a ward. 2 Brimming and Absorb. Like, that's really good survivability overall. I'm buying that. Closest we come to another looter to have save quit farming is Pokemon Legendary Shiny hunting. Right. And even then, that's not something that actually has an effect on gameplay. Shinies are not different in mechanical purposes unless they change that in Gen 8 at some point. Hey Ian, legendary lost sectors in Destiny are similar to dedicated loot farming. You just don't have to save quit. There's still loading screens between each run. What's the volume of content you go through? Are you fighting a single enemy, or are you going through a gauntlet of multiple enemies, some sort of activity, objectives? So basically, the question is it one enemy, or are you actually doing an activity and then resetting to do that activity again? I'm asking this because I'm not a Destiny player. I've not played Destiny since the first one back when it first came out, so I'm learning something here today too. So roughly how many legendaries you find on an average chaos run? Also hi Zazzle. Average run? I'm having below average luck with the bunnies so far this morning, but an average run as I play through, I might get 3 legendaries. And then whatever the bunnies decide to give me. It's about a 6-minute dungeon run with the boss at the end. Okay, so that's still functionally very different from the Borderlands flavor of save quit farming, where you know the name of one specific enemy, you reset your game, go through the load screen, you run through the entire map, bypassing all the other content, you skullfuck Bob the Bandit in about 3 seconds, and then that's it. I don't like that. And it seems like Destiny does not care to point people in that direction either. That's a good game design choice. And Wonderlands is really, really nice about giving you agency over which way you want to get your loot. You can get most items world drops, most items from Chaos Chamber, or you could go farm their sources in most cases. Thoughts on Buffmeister exploit? I personally do not care for exploits. I do not care for building around exploits, and I caution members of the community in regards to latching onto certain exploits and bugs, because when it's changed, you will be upset. And especially in a situation where we have the rerolling system like this, where you get a finite amount of rerolls per item, if you change your gear around to accommodate one of these things that is not supposed to do what it's doing, and then that thing gets fixed, and your gear is bricked, that's your fault. The system shouldn't work this way with being able to brick items, but if you brick your item, building it around an exploit, and then the exploit gets changed, you knowingly stepped into that trap. Would you be okay with having both save quit farming and the way it is now, just so both parties are happy? Absolutely, Chester. Absolutely. As long as we have an alternative to save quit farming, I'm happy. I think shifting away from the primary method being save quit farming is good. It being one of many options, I'm fine with. I just strongly disliked when it was the only efficient option, because that limited the amount of things you were actually willing to do in terms of gameplay. You would have to choose between gear progression or having fun, and that shouldn't ever be the case. Having to choose to do something other than have fun in a video game that you play for fun. Self-imposed challenge runs? Absolutely. Higher difficulty levels for flexing purposes? Absolutely. But choosing to turn off your fun for loot? Never been a fan of that. Spore Grave or Spore Berserker? I personally don't really recommend Spore Grave right now unless you are very either unbothered by benefiting from bugs that give you damage, or you pay very close attention to what's happening in your game. So a thing that happens with Spore Wardens and Mushroom Companion is each Chaos run you do, you will get a phantom copy of your Mushroom Companion. That you can tell if you have it if you look up in the sky and it says Mushroom Companion. Now, you'll get an extra one for each run you do, and this counts as a stack towards Graveborn's Faithful Thrall skill. So let's say you were to do 10 Chaos Chamber runs without save quitting. You have 10 bonus companions at all times. And with 3 out of 3 points in Faithful Thralls, That's a 90% global bonus. You can get more than 3 points in Faithful Thralls, by the way. You can get 3 more from armor, and you can get even more if Butt Stallion's kind to you. So you could potentially be running around with 180% at only 10 runs. And that's before your other pets that you have. So there's a lot of setups that are knowingly or unknowingly benefiting from that bug. So personally, I'm staying somewhat away from that class combination until that interaction is fixed. Using the shelter spell? Not at the moment. I'm using inflammation spell for this build.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
It's 1,000 damage, Rumpy Pumpy. I guess because it's times 2. 30% gets a times... So times 2 can be 30%. It's a 4 mag. Maybe I'll mess around with that. 1,000 base damage is very high, but that's not going to be a large volume of stickies. Still mess with it though. I really hate beneficial damage exploits. They twist the perspective of how powerful a class is. Right. And then when exploits are fixed, people will cry nerf. Like, no, that's not how it works. It wasn't ever supposed to be doing that. It's frustrating. Especially because there's some things that legitimately do need to be scaled back power-wise for game health reasons. And some things that could stand to be increased. We just have a less precise handle on which things are which, while people latch onto things that are very obviously unintended. Once again, I don't begrudge people using these things or enjoying these things in their personal gameplay. Just represent things as what they are. That's why clean information is important. Right, Nali. I'm a big proponent of that. Did an unnecessary nail haul to feel something. Other than that, you doing okay, Moo Girl? I'm good to see ya. +3 to Ancestral Frost. That's kind of spicy. That's a lot of damage. Say farming like that is old jacket you love. You know it's ruined. We can't just let it go. That's a good analogy, LGD. I like that one.
Eat or be eaten. That's the good stuff. It's worth no blame for the weak. Out those spells long.
It's interesting being a player who played through the game to Chaos 10 so far. Just found the natural flow of the game made me powerful enough to continue. It's been a relief not to have to look up too much information to be strong. Then I joined the Discord and learned there's ultra powerful stuff. There's always gonna be a way to get some really crazy stuff going, Window Fan, in these games. That's just the way games with crazy variety and itemization and skill configurations go. There's always going to be something that can pull a bigger number. Now, whether that's quote-unquote better or quote-unquote best, that really does vary. But that's just kind of the nature of the beast. And that's part of the fun for a lot of people, seeing what kind of crazy things you can pull off. Yeah, Cat, I agree. Good talk. Hey Viper, how you doing? Snow Spawn, good to see you. Did that goblin just say, I hope you cry when I kill you? That's fucking dark. Hello? That's kind of messed up.
Looks like Magic's back on the menu.
Are the writers okay? Has anyone checked on them?
Well, it's settled, isn't it?
You make my blood boil, figuratively speaking. Yeah, the skeletons in particular are really great. I feel like there's a Nightshade Spriggan nerf incoming. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Hey Mahoney, how you doing? It's true, and I appreciate that too in most games I play this way. Yeah. It's definitely a certain kind of player. But the fact that Wonderlands remains accessible to people who don't want to do that is a very important thing. I'm sure there's a lot of people, even here in the chat, who don't really like doing the builds things personally. Might be something they just prefer to watch, or remain at least vaguely aware of. And that's fine too. Once again, it goes back to more options for more people. And I think Wonderlands does a good job of striking a balance. I think performance-enhancing exploits and bugs, I think those kind of hinder that. And they give people an incorrect, or at least, I suppose more accurate word to say would be flawed perception of how things actually work in this game. Yo, Eternal Dragon, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was stream? What'd you get up to? Performance enhancing exploits. Or short P. Yes. Don't pee, chat. You hear me? Do not pee. This is very important. PEE. Performance enhancing exploits. Okay?
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Quag, are you overheating? Just get yourself some liquid cooling. Quag H.
I should get myself some liquid cooling. Who did that? Who done did it? Rapid fire, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Any chance you know of any other guns besides Hydras that count for thralls? Shrikes count for thralls, I believe. It's not quite a gun, but snake stick Hydras are different from normal Hydras. So you could use that as well. Thank you, CZ, for taking care of the shout-out. Yes, Kevin, you are a good boy. Every YouTube build I see use Buffmeister and straight away close the vid, not even the bug, just the item. The item itself is overpowered, and I think that's more of a, it's a low effort way to get more clicks. That's why, any build you see me make here, chat, I'm not gonna use the Buffmeister. It is the easy way out for damage. Now, if I'm going for a one-shot or something, Maybe I'll whip it out eventually, but
Can't wait to throw some spells.
like we all know what a Buffmeister can do. So it's no longer interesting. Yes, cat. Are you okay? Why are you doing this? Keep it out. Behave.
I need about a gallon.
That was good timing on Reaper ending. Really have people who... I only have one gripe, excuse me, with Wonderland so far, which is that the Spore Warden only has the mushroom but no plant-based actor skill, one more plants. It would have been cool to have something plant-based instead of Blizzard, huh? Yeah. I could get on board with that. I keep forgetting to grab a White Rider. I need to transfer one from another save for this character. For Vorkanart, like, specifically. Oh, I have this. I'm totally gonna do memes with this. A Great Bow, Chaotic. Yeah, I have plans. I guess I'll try out this Sword Explosion. Hey, Spider Rider, how you doing? How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Doing fantastic. Ivan, hope you're well. Kind of feel like without the exploit, it's not that crazy. I feel like to fix the exploit, it might become quite bad. Completely wrong, Puck. Buffmeister is absolutely crazy damage. It takes the concept of the Borderlands 2 B shield and makes it less conditional, apply to more things, and gives it a better damage formula. If you think the B shield is strong, the Buffmeister is a magnitude of power above that in a game where players just get better damage formula access, so it scales even better.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Window fan, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. That's awesome of you. Thank you so much. Really generous. And it's nice having you here. Formal welcome once again. I appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the emotes, that viewing, all the good stuff. So Sword Explosion kind of sucks, huh? Like, this should be the perfect situation for a Sword Explosion to pop off. This kind of doesn't move the health bar. Unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Kevin, I need to stream, okay? Doing good, thanks. Wondering, is this game worth it for the end game? What do you think? I think so. It is very much worth it. This game has the most replayable and expansive launch endgame out of a Lands title, including the Borderlands games in that assessment. It's got the most content at launch, and I highly recommend. If you are looking into buying, I do have an affiliate link, !Wonderlands, and I do get support when that is used. But additionally, if you use that link to get the Chaotic Great Edition, that is the one that includes the Season Pass, you'll also get some affiliate link exclusive cosmetics. And that's pretty cool. Fashion lands, you know? Hey Holo, how you doing? Good to see you. Buffmeister bad, low effort. What about my sigil fortifying? I absolutely love fortifying sigils. Nice little damage buff, but more importantly, it's really strong healing. 8% max health is a strong heal. Big fan of fortifying sigils. They could use more love in terms of like people using them. Very nice to have in not only raid boss fights, but also co-op play. A couple days ago, did my first run of the 4th raid boss. Yeah, there's 4. And it was with some friends. We were in a co-op lobby, and I was using a sigil to keep everyone alive. It was very entertaining. It's a chaotic Buffmeister with a good enchant. Pew and Bonk, so that's melee and gun damage. Why did it have to be a really good Buffmeister? Like, I'm taking this, I'm not gonna use it, ever, but I'm taking it. You know, losing to the raid boss, floor the invisible. Yeah, that got me once yesterday, Holo. It got me once. It was unfortunate. Hey, Urban Mech. How do you figure out if you can go up cast levels? Try. So the difference between each chaos level is not huge. So you can make individual steps fairly comfortably as long as you're efficiently able to do the one before it. Okay, ×3 Stoker AR with saw blades. This is what I want, but I want the legendary version. I want the sawmill. Does sawmill even come from the bunnies? I don't remember getting a sawmill from here. I'll have to think about it. I also want a steep prod, so there's multiple guns I'm going for from here. And this is another reason bunnies are great. You can just go for multiple things of a category that you're after. He doesn't grant gun damage, by the way. Better recoil. Ah, it's fire rate. Fire rate. That's... yeah, fire rate. Thank you, CZ. I knew it was something associated with guns. Which is the most difficult raid boss? I would say yellow is the most difficult. The yellow one. You get ×4 Stoker snipers. Interesting. 4 ammo per shot, though. Whereas the 3 is 3 ammo per shot. Can be like pets now. Really do be like that. Okay, here we go. Chaotic Great Bow. Yes, please. Memes. Carouser. I love that gun. Another Chaotic Great Bow. The game is feeding my meme addiction. Let's go. What's efficient? I'm usually taking about 14-15 minutes per regular run. Just started doing chaos 2 days ago. 14 to 15 minutes per run is very, very efficient, Urban Mech. Top end stuff, you're looking at like 10 minutes or less, but you're not far off of that at all. Especially considering you're just getting into it. I don't like the KO con. I'm gonna leave that on the ground. Out of all 4, yellow is my favorite. I like yellow a lot. I like them all, really, for different reasons. Green is probably my least favorite, but that doesn't mean I dislike green. It's just my least favorite. Okay, so, let's give out some more of those skeleton key codes, chat. So what you're gonna want to do
Ready to cast.
is you're gonna want to type in the chat a keyword that I give you. I'm giving these out in pairs. So, the keyword for this one will be luck. L-U-C-K, luck. If you want a chance to win a skeleton key code, go ahead and type that in the chat, and I'll do a Nightbot giveaway. Yellow has such brutal screen pollution, haha, flashbang. Luckily, you can just not look at it. I'll wait for about 1 more minute so people can get their stuff in.
That'll clear the cavities.
Once again, shout out to 2K for doing this. This is super awesome. They've been really good about supporting the creators in the Next Maker program with letting us give away cool stuff and giving us great opportunities. It's been pretty rad. I love doing giveaways. I love spreading love of this game. It goes back to the same reason I like doing all the community resource work that I've assisted with the theory crafting in Borderlands 3. It's like sharing passion for something I love. Alright, pal, you win. So just go ahead and whisper me on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord, and I will get you your code. We'll pick a second winner now. So go ahead and put luck in the chat if you haven't already, if you wanna get in on this. Word ban on that, Snowspawn? Alright, 10 minutes. I can't say that word. And Emily, you are the winner of the second one. So go ahead and whisper me, Twitch, Twitter, or Discord, and I will get you your code. We'll give out another pair in about an hour.
The spoils of war.
There you go, pal. I whispered you back.
I'm here, and my foes are here.
How do I whisper? I forgot. I don't know. I assume you're on mobile. I don't know how Twitch whispers work on mobile, to be honest.
A quest doesn't have to be a one-way trip.
Yeah, I'm sure someone else can assist, but I'll hold one for you. That ring is trying. I forgot Pog is like that. Yeah. Thanks so much. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's my bank space. My bank space is not holding up, chat. Need to put away these great bows. I'll put away that Buffmeister as well. That sword explosion can go away. I'll find a use for that eventually. Worked? Ah, there it is. There you go. And I have 6 codes left, so those will be going out over the next 3 hours. Let's do another Bereaver run, and then maybe we switch and do some Spell Shot. I have capped Moon Orbs, though. Do I have anything I want to roll at the moment?
Have some fun.
Maybe I roll SMGs on this bunny run, because I really want a White Rider for this character. You know, I could try out a Handbow for Warpinar. Okay, the handbow is bricked, but it's got, like, an okay enchant. It's okay. So, that's fine. Hey, Nancy Jeff, how you doing? Right, is there a DPS weapon other than liquid cooling? Going for all 4 bosses run out of ammo? There's lots, Prince of War. There are lots. ×3 Torg ARs are very good. ×4 black powder ARs with crossbow barrel are very good. I'm keeping an eye out for ×3 sawmills. That's very high DPS as well. The Gluttony Furior pistol is exceptionally good burst damage. Although, you know, pistol ammo, of course. There's lots of really good pistols in this game. The pistol category is just stacked. Of course, you have your Nightshades and your Spriggans under the SMG category. You have your White Rider. Livewire is okay for gun stuff too, although it's more the melee thing. Melee.
Bad luck or bad choices.
I haven't given enough of my time to launchers yet, but I have some plans on making launchers a good bossing option. I just need to figure out my approach for a couple of things. Sticky shotguns, if you can get a ×13 or a ×18, those are very, very good. Pistols being cracked, where have I seen that? Yeah. You know if using community saves alters to myth rank like Guardian rank in BL3? I've not seen the issue yet. Tenor Bandus. So that's my subjective experience. Cannonball thing is funny. It is. That might be decent bossing. I haven't actually used that against a bigger target with like full investment at 40. I got one while leveling, and it helped me out with some stuff, but I didn't really have the ammo to use it at the time.
That's for making me look at you. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Ooh. Sucks. Well, followers, yes, not gonna lie, followed, I'm just curious. Sometimes, Flippy Fridge. I've not yet done any, follower or viewer stuff for this game, but it is something I'm open to. So, not today, but soon, TM. Do some open lobby stuff at some point. Ooh. Ooh. Chaotic Quaking Thunder. You love to see it. That dot is pretty high, honestly, with the 2 status damage parts. 684 is a decent dot value, huh? "14-second cooldown's low." Yeah, it had a cooldown part as well. Yeah. I got a Glacial Cascade with a cooldown part yesterday, chat. Fucking, like, 9-second base cooldown. Absolutely crazy. For a spell that does, like, actual damage. Spells that have very short cooldowns tend to be more like Arcane Bolt or Inflammation, where there's support options. But Glacial Cascade is out here being a damage spell that just has a really short cooldown. Absolutely love it. What's the point in making Chambers elite? It makes the enemies tougher for more of a challenge, but those enemies also will drop more crystals. So it is crystals positive to do elite rooms. Also, if you like difficulty, it's an option for you. We'll do yellow.
This is downright spooky, isn't it?
Show the stats of your gun for a second, so I feel sorry for myself. Sure. Drop that yourself? No. Trading. Trading. One of the big perks of having full cross-platform is that we won't end up with situations like certain gear rolls being just not present on certain platforms. Like, for example, I remember when Borderlands 3 was new, when Gunboy Flak first became really popular. I was on PlayStation 4 at the time, and nobody on PS4 had a good Garcia. To the point where there was a community, like, not a bounty, because there's no real money involved, but there was a real big community push for somebody to get a Garcia with a good anoint so we could distribute it. That's not going to be a thing for this game, because communities can just kind of help each other out. And I like that a lot. That helps especially with the enchantment bricking situation. That's a good enchant. I'm taking that just for the enchant. That can be my my dire sacrifice stat stick for that build if I bring it back. Going for raid bosses? Yeah, we're doing yellow in this run, Floofy. Now, we did a blue a bit earlier. Maybe we do a maker run today. I'm never lucky enough to get that, though. Only done maker like twice.
Let's take some souls.
You show me how to do blue? If it comes up again, absolutely. Come on, there we go. If I can get a volatile cooling. Trading, my friend. Someone else got it, and they were nice enough to distribute it.
Let's get casting and blasting.
That was a bad Reaper pop. I should not have done that there. That's something I like in this build, managing when to use Reaper and when not.
Might have lived a few drugs. Never get used to that.
There we go. Friend gave you a necklace. It's 1000% obviously modded, and sadly I'm using it. It's a modded overfilled blood bag with 930% loot luck. So, like, is your friend threatening your health and forcing you to equip this item? Because, like, if you find it sad, unequip it. Throw it away. I don't understand. Snake stick. Good drops in this room. No, it's just I like the loot. The pain to my own existence. So you like it, but you're complaining about it. Are you sure this wasn't just an attempt to flex that you have an illegitimate item?
This should be
Are
interesting.
you sure? You can say yes. This is a friendly space. Companion damage, companion crit chance. Bossing. That's not bad. I'll take that. Maybe I'll find a use for that. A cube! I want to get a cube cubed. If you can get 2 projectile parts on a cube, it'll be a cube cubed, and that just makes me happy. How does Warcaster work with Superior? Which skill is Warcaster? Drill? Awkward. Volatile Cube wanted. I appreciate the offer, Soloed, but I'm good for now. I'm good. Alright, yeah, I'll just Liquid Cooling Drill. Won't be particularly interesting to watch, but it'll be fine. Is there a legendary gun that turns into a companion on reload? Not that I'm aware of off the bat. I can't think of one. Fragment Rain can get Hydra? Ah, there you go. I've not gotten a Fragment Rain with Hydra part yet. Have I, actually? I think I have a Fragment Rain on me right now. Where is it? Where'd you go? No. Pretty long Reaper. We almost kept Reaper up for the entirety of that drill phase. Pretty cool. There's a specific thing you have to do in order to get a raid boss? Yes. There's a puzzle associated with each of them that will clue you in on one of the boss's mechanics. So it'll be a colored symbol hidden throughout the level that will appear after you've completed the encounter. So before you move on to the next room, just take a look around, see if you see. It'll be a glowing blue, green, or yellow symbol. And interacting with that will start the puzzle you have to do. And if you complete the puzzle correctly, then at the end of the run after the final boss of the chamber, in addition to your yellow portal to go to the loot room, you'll have a red portal. You can choose to go into the red portal and do any of the raid bosses you've unlocked during the run. And if you've done more than one, you will fight them sequentially. I have no idea what you're asking me there, too, Jello. Why is liquid cooling so good, bro? Very high DPS, and it's got no interruptions. As long as you can crit consistently, you never need to stop shooting except for ammo purposes, which means it's just incredibly good sustain. Harass considered companions? No. Would you say it's the best sniper for damages? I've not used too many snipers. Now, you only get one shot of it, but Antique Great Bow has extremely high card damage. You only get one shot, though, before the gun breaks and becomes a different item. Permanently. I really like the Sawmill. If you can get a ×3 Sawmill, very good DPS. I've not used the Drill's Fury yet. I gotta give that a shot. Skeet Prod has a very high output, sustained DPS. The Carouser is really good for mobbing. Really good for mobbing. I've not used Envy yet. I need to do that.
This world's no place for weak. I've got all the magic I need. That wasn't
Forgot to ping it. saying the right thing, game. Come on.
Yes, you.
Oh, mistimed that jump. Come on, do the thing. Not that thing. The other thing. Trying to save my Reaper because I don't have much ammo.
Enemy in my sights.
Now we Reaper. Oh no, bad reload. I could have gone into that fight with a little more ammo. We'll be okay. There we go. A little bit dirty. I didn't manage my ammo well. Blood modifiers, yeah. Is that AR specific boss drop? I'm not using an assault rifle right now. I'm using a Nightshade SMG, which is a non-unique you can get anywhere, and I'm using a liquid cooling pistol, which is world droppable. You can get it from the Chaos Chamber, but it also drops from the, I believe it's the Obelisk boss. Which area is it? It's one of the Obelisk bosses. Lycia, wherever that one is. Hey, it's Trader Johnny. I got a question. Started Spell Shot last night. Noticed there's a perk reloads weapons on kills. Is proccing that kill skill award spell weaving stack still? No. No, it is an ammo filling effect, not a reload. How does this build compare with your previous Berserker build? This one's stronger. This one is stronger. Reaper of Bones is extremely... or, which Berserker build do you mean, Ziafra? Because I kind of combine Berserker with every single character at this point. I made this one before I did Spell Shot, so this is the second of the 3 builds that I've kind of made since launch. I made a Spore 1 Berserker build that I should kind of go back to. I want to be a little more unique with it. A lot of people are doing the bow thing. I want to branch out. But anyway, this build is probably my strongest gun build. The Spell Shot build is just kind of crazy Spell Shot things. But Sniper changes from the Great Bow. Antique Great Bow, and once you shoot it once, it becomes a used Antique Great Bow, which cannot be enchanted, has much lower damage, and makes fun of you for having shot it. Crackmask Cove, that's the one. Thank you. I set my game to Mam20. Already made him on one. What? Tujello, like, I don't know what you're saying, friend. It's more unintelligible than usual. Is kinetic friction good for healing? It's okay. It's a bit slower than other means, but it is uninterruptible as long as you can still move. So there might be some merit to it. Ability and spell increased by melee. Stab Berserker. You can get a lot of spell damage out of those class combinations, honestly. How do I set my game to make him 20? How do you set your game to Chaos 20? You complete Chaos Trials to earn the next Chaos Trial. Is make him an attempt at saying mayhem? Because mayhem isn't in this game. Reaper Bones is amazing. It really is, Fractious Chaos. It really is. It's so sick. If you did the trial for Chaos 1, congrats, you unlocked Chaos 2. Do the trial on Chaos 2. Would you mind sharing? Absolutely, I can do that for you, for sure. So, the primary things we used in that run, we used the Liquid Cooling, which is extremely good sustained DPS. It refunds heat when you crit, so you never have to stop shooting as long as you have good crit chance and or good aim. Frost plays very nicely with Berserker stuff, so that's just a happy coincidence. We've got Spellcast increased Frost damage to improve that. Using a Snake Stick with Echo. This means that every time we go to deliver our Echo, we also spawn a Hydra. And that Hydra counts towards the Graveborn's Faithful Thrall skill, so that's more damage. Times 2 volatile, yeah. Crazy drop, right? Other things we have equipped, we use this Nightshade when we're out of ammo. This is not a particularly good Nightshade, there's far better than that. I'm using a Handbow specifically. I'm going to test this out against Vorkanar next time I get him as a Chaos Chamber boss, because he's very easy to hit in the crit spot. So Handbow should be really good DPS. I'm using a Gluttony because it's extremely good burst damage. This one halves your health when you throw it, but it's a very powerful Dark Magic Dagger Storm. We've got rings for gun stuff here. This is a gun build, so the best gun rings you can have. I could honestly have better here. These are not very good for this build. We've got a body rune. I'm trying out this enchant, but I've got several body runes on me. Or 2 at the moment, I should say. I put one away. While health is below 50%, regenerate 5% max health per second and damage dealt. This is to help fight my Reaper of Bones drain, and give me a little bit more uptime on it. And we've gotten an Inflammation I'm using to... basically, when an enemy damaged by the Inflammation recently dies, they explode and inflict that status on nearby enemies, so this is very good at taking out weak enemies very quickly. Additionally, it's got 3 charges and a cooldown of 6.8. So it's very spammable, which is important for maintaining uptime on a lot of effects in this build. Also, it looks badass. Got an Amalgam with just good stats here. I'm only using this because it has good stats and Graveborn power. That's it. Now, the Berserker power helps the Enrage bonus element as well, so that's something. But there's definitely way better items I could get for this slot. We got a Skeep. Skeep is the best defensive amulet in the game, especially when using Reaper of Bones, because it'll fly around doing healing pulses. And since your health is your duration for Reaper of Bones, the Skeep flying around healing you every 30 seconds, if you have other ways of maintaining Reaper of Bones, you can potentially chain, and you can run it down for 30 seconds, Skeep spawns, that'll help you for another 10, and if you could hold out another 20, another Skeep will spawn, and you can just keep chaining Skeeps to keep your Reaper of Bones active, along with your other sources of healing, such as this enchant, such as the healing and skill tree that we have, such as the heal from on kill with the body rune. Body rune does so much, it's crazy. Then as for skills, we are Graveborn Berserker using Reaper of Bones, all the way down to Graveborn Capstone. Casting a spell activates our kill skills, and we use an Inflammation to spam that as frequently as possible to trigger Blood Frenzy, which will restore a chunk of our health and also our Enrage timer. What is Reaper Bones exactly? So, it makes you enter a mode where your health constantly drains, but you get a massive amount of additional dark magic damage on top of your existing damage. You also get better at using the dark magic element in general. You get a 25% leech efficiency boost, so you just heal more easily in the mode despite your health draining constantly. Reaper Bones makes you tankier. Also, upon activating the skill initially, you get a full heal. So you can tactically use it to heal off some damage, and when your health bar depletes, the skill ends. But when it ends, you get 3 seconds of invulnerability, and you get 20% heal. So it's very good for strategically avoiding certain instances of damage. It's got a long cooldown, but you can keep it up for a long time as long as you can keep healing. So it's a very good damage action skill. Handbow from the Shadows makes me very happy. Yeah, I have plans to do a build with that. I gotta get a specific enchant on the Handbow for that. But skill-wise, over in this tree, we max Essence Drain to spam Inflammation as much as possible. This is a kill skill, so that the capstone will keep it up at all times. So we use a spell to improve the cooldown on our spells. Very nice. Faith Thralls is more damage per companion. This includes our Demi-Lich and our Dark Hydras, also any Inferiors we throw, and any Hydras that spawn from our Snake Stick. We go max Dark Pact. This will increase our Dark Magic damage from Reaper of Bones. Also the damage of our Dark Hydras. And our Stain of the Soul bonus element on our spell. We got Sanguine Sacrament, because this is the best healing skill in the entire game. 15% per second for 2 seconds is crazy. So this really helps fight that drain, and it's just good in general. Max Ascension, this is spell damage and max HP. It's a kill skill, so we get stacks very frequently. Now, interestingly, Ascension is probably skippable in this build. Optimally speaking, I think leaning into the gunplay, moving the points from Ascension to Mortal Vessel helps the gun side more, but I just like having spell damage in case I use a damaging spell. So you can honestly move these 3 points. Ascension is not hugely important for this build. You could go Punishment if you want your companion to do a little more. You go Harvest if you want your companion to do a little more. You could do Mortal Vessel to make your leech efficiency a little bit better overall. I would not recommend Dread Covenant with Reaper of Bones, because anytime Reaper ends, you lose your pet, and that's just kind of feels bad. A Lord of Edges is fantastic damage and survivability, definitely highly recommend that. And we have Blast Gasp for insane bursts of damage from using spells to get us down to Capstone. Over the Berserker tree, we have Max Ancestral Frost. This will boost not only our Enrage bonus element, but any base Frost stuff we do. And Liquid Cooling is Frost, Nightshade is Frost. It just works out very well that way. Glacial Cascade, when I use that spell, is Frost. Icebreaker is a very powerful damage skill in mobbing. Any use of Frost you have, which you have some at least from Enrage, increases your overall damage against enemies that can be slowed or frozen. Old Ways is damage and damage reduction. Cold Snap is the only known source of Frost efficiency, which means it directly improves Icebreaker, but also gives you movement speed. Unarmored Defense is one of the best defensive skills in the game. There are no downsides. Always take this if you are a Berserker. No exceptions. It is that good. You do not get locked out of any effects, even at the reservation threshold when your shield is at that halfway mark and won't go up anymore. That's counted as your new full. Unarmored Defense is one of the best skills in the game. It's crazy. And then we got Blood Frenzy, which refunds our Enrage duration and heals us. We got 1 point over here in Ancient Fury to give us access to area damage if I should have an armor equipped that doesn't have it. This is for damage formula purposes, in case I use something with AoE damage. And then Relentless Rage to get better in Rage uptime and also longer time in Save Your Soul. And for hero stats, I just max out crit, and the rest go in skill cooldown. That's the build. Skeleton keys, yeah, Soccer. We'll give away another pair in about 20 minutes. You have a Spore Warden build I can screenshot. Nothing I'm not done fiddling. That was terrible grammar. I'm not done fiddling with Spore Warden stuff right now, so I don't have anything current for you at the moment, Divinator. Thank you, you're very welcome. Interesting note about armor defense shield counting is full, but avoiding anything depends on forward. Yeah, it counts as full, which means you get better uptime than you would without the skill, because there's less to regen to get to your full mark. Yeah, unarmored defense is one of the strongest defensive skills in the game, but you can also use it to improve your offense. Chaotic Kaokon. I mean, it's chaotic. I guess I'll take it. What can I drop for this? Don't need that. That one kind of sucks. We could drop that. Shotgun reload speed on that could be nice. I guess I'll keep that. Why am I not using this? Why am I not using that? I see why. That's a bit conditional. that. Take that for science. Yes, so we got a hot fix for Wonderlands. I believe I can talk about that now. Yeah, so we got a little hot fix. Just a little hot fix. I'll pull it up on screen. We can go through it together. Very giant thank you to everyone's jumped into the head of our favorite young psychopath in Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. We've been loving the excitement, streams, posts, art, videos, appreciation, and feedback we've seen from Fate makers around the world. See, feedback is powerful. For the coming months, we're looking to have regular changes based on reported issues and feedback. There are two methods we deliver updates to players. If you played Borderlands 3, this is very similar to that. Fix Friday, I'm out. One will be the weekly changes. They'll cover smaller adjustments. Stop talking, character. And the other will be downloadable updates to the game that will include more impactful bug fixes and changes. We want to address some issues that players are reporting related to online play. Our team here worked around the clock to limit online play disruptions. We made adjustments to our services, and folks are much more likely to be able to party up and play together. So the co-op issues with shift servers, those will be less of a problem. They've been working on it the entire time. The cries for patience have not been without basis. They've been working on it. Wouldn't lead you guys wrong on that. Sincerely, thank you for your patience, love, and input. It means the world to us. We're monitoring player feedback closely. Thank you again for continued support. Changes to be live on all platforms by 9:30 a.m. Pacific. So that is by 12:30 Eastern. So, hour and a half. It might even be out already. Who knows? Dark magic scaling on weapons has been improved to match other elemental weapons. Now this is interesting. This might be the base damage of the weapons going up. Which, like, okay. That's fine, because the element itself is still a weaker matchup. So I'm fine with that. Legendary spells have been updated to change color to their respective element when viewed in item inspection. Okay. Legendary spells have been updated to use the icon that matches their casting style when viewed in item inspection. That's nice. Chaos bunnies and chests have been updated to include Chaos Chamber specific loot. So as I understand it, there's a couple drops that were supposed to come from bunnies that weren't in the pool, and that's being addressed today. So you can get more things from Chaos Chamber. It's cool stuff. Dark magic buff. It makes some sense, to be honest, shoddy to your body, because dark magic element guns specifically, the ones that are not locked to dark magic at least, you had no reason to use that element of gun. Because getting dark magic as a bonus element, or from other gear slots, was just more efficient, or from your action skill, if you're a Graveborn, is just more efficient. So I don't necessarily mind that, because the element itself is still a negative matchup. Especially if you're playing on Intense, that is noticeable. So, like, there's still a penalty. This is out yet, says March 31st. There's the part in the middle of the screen soloed where they said by 9:30 Pacific, which is an hour and a half from now. What are Chaos Bunnies? These are Chaos Bunnies. These things right here. Yesterday. The March 31st thing. Yeah, that's a typo. That's just a typo. Typo. I keep looking at this enchant on this Skeet Prod, and I'm like, fire rate on Skeet Prod sounds good. Because look at that. 10 fire rate on this thing, with a 0.9 reload speed. You can mag dump a Skeet Prod very quickly. Probably meant for Thursday. Yeah, they've had a lot of stuff they've had to do on their end. It could have been intended for Thursday and they pushed it back? No way of knowing. Go for melee weapons. I still want a Twin Soul with Amp and Echo. Wait, it's April Fool's. Okay, so let's do another code giveaway. I think it's a good time to do that. So it's going to be another keyword-based giveaway. You can win a skeleton key, which are great for first entering chaos levels. Like once you're starting to climb up those levels of the chamber, getting that gear before you can officially do the chamber can be a really nice benefit. So once you're, say, Chaos 1, level 40, that's when I would definitely use these. So keyword, we are going to do, let's do chamber. So type the word chamber in the chat if you'd like a chance to win a skeleton key. I'm going to be giving out 2 right now, so type chamber. 80% absorb shield is the sham. I'll let this go for about a minute, so everyone has time. You know, stream delay and such. Cucumber, nice. Hey Braxis, how you doing? Kurt, good to see you. Coworkers, sorry, Mr. Adblock. Try to keep your cool if you can. I know, easy to say, but is a sham of Wonderland? It's literally called the Sham. Why? It's the sham. All right, let's see. So we got Meowie. Meowie, message me Twitter, Twitch, or Discord, any of those whispers, and I'll get you your code. And for another one, get that chamber in the chat if you haven't already, everyone. Other takers, we good? Not seeing more chamber spam. Alright, let's do it then. Oh, Wraith Lord? Okay. Just want to make sure everyone has a chance. I'm giving out these in pairs roughly every hour, so I have 2 more pairs left after this one. And Itsukado.
Cartography.
So message me Twitter, Twitch, or Discord, and I'll get you your code. What does it mean by the Chaos Chamber loot? Like, more loot that's not dropping currently will be dropping, or just some changes to what drops? Or it sounds like things that weren't dropping will be dropping. This is fun. I'm glad you like it. Okay, 1 second. There you go, Meowie. One second. Did it on Discord. Just for security, could you confirm your Discord name for me in the Twitch chat, Itsukato? Just to make sure that someone's not trying to pull a sneaky. What's command for a drop list? I don't have a command set up for that here, Wraithlord, because the drops are still being discovered and confirmed and such, and I don't want to put out potentially inaccurate info. It's me. Okay. Should be that. Let me just confirm. Yep, there you go. No, me. So, next pair of codes, I should say, will go out in about 1 hour. Until then, let's play another build. Let's play the Spell Shot. What do you think of Spell Shot Stabbo? I think it's a combination of classes you can do, Solo Kingman. I think it is an option. Got a great pair of codes. Thanks, McGee. I grew them myself. I didn't. The codes were provided to me. I can't speak. I need more caffeine. Provided to me by 2K, who they're crazy supportive, helping all the creators in their programs. So it's cool stuff. I like having these opportunities. Ooh, Lootla. Do I have a Lootla ward? I do not have a Lootla ward. Okay, so let's toggle my chaos level just to make sure my loot law is applied. And that's a lot of characters, you know me. Hotfix today, if you don't know, we went over it already, Big Tom. Also, I knew ahead of time. Do I need to play story again when creating a new character? Yes, you do. Hotfix buff dark magic today. That's not quite how that works, Big Tom. They did not buff dark magic, they buffed weapons of the dark magic element. That is an important distinction, because, for example, your dark magic spells are not going to be doing more damage. They buffed, based on the wording, dark magic element weapons. That means two different things. Mom didn't give you those pair of codes. Yeah, they're synthetic. They're patched today. There's a hotfix, Mr. Epic Me. There's a little hotfix. What's the hotfix? Let me make a command. There you go. Exclamation point hotfix. We'll get you the link. Missed the hotfix notes. It's very short, J-Bridge. Didn't miss much. Is there a website with shift codes for Wonderlands yet? The standard approach of using the official server to see the publicly available shift codes still works. So you can join the official Wonderlands Discord server, and they have a channel. You can opt into notifications anytime there's a new shift code available. Pretty solid approach. Now keep in mind, the skeleton key codes that I'm giving out today on stream are one-time use. That's why I'm distributing them the way I am. They are one use and then the keys expire. So keep that in mind. Is Gluttony draining your health? Yes. Every time you chuck the Gluttony, it sets you to half HP. Friday hotfix day now? I think it just so happens that this one is on a Friday. I think we won't know what their permanent schedule is until next week.
Ready to bring the arcane pain? You knew what this was. Helpful. Bet you wish you'd turned away.
I love this shotgun so much. Sure, skill tree with this character? Yeah, sure. Spell shot capstone, down to Relentless Rage and Berserker. We took Glass Cannon and not Mage Armor. That's important for our choice of ward in this build. And we got max reload speed over here. We got 8 out of 5 Prestidigitation because we've got 3 from our armor. We're leaning a lot into cryo stuff, as you can see over here with these 3. We've also got a second point in high thread count from our armor, which is very, very nice for this build. VOD channel live yet? It is! It is. I think I have a command for it. Exclamation point VOD. Should pull it up. And it is up to date. I've been keeping up with it. With a little bit of help. Thank you, Felicia. If you're here. You're probably not. It's early. Yeah, there we go. I don't really use my main YouTube channel, but the VOD one is definitely going to have much more regular uploads. So if you guys want to ever, like, see the stream archive, that's the channel right there. Still using that blue boy. Still have not gotten a purple with this mag size and element, Avern. It's pain. It is pain. Dark magic weapons got a straight buff. Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. I don't have any thoughts on Xbox, what to assign ping to if you use the classic controller scheme. Yeah, I've heard that having enough controller keybinds is difficult. Now, on Borderlands 3, you were 1 keybind short even without ping. In Wonderlands, ping is actually a mechanic for some classes. So, like, it's tough.
Let's get casting and blasting. More of you, is it? Won't be enough.
Still crushes, though? Absolutely does. Is there a way to get enraged other than going down in the setup? No. I would have to either go down or switch to polymorph. But the good thing about enrage on this setup is it's purely supplementary. I'm not taking Berserker for enrage, I'm taking Berserker for all the other stuff it provides. Because Berserker's just got an extremely powerful support skill tree. It just enhances your other class to such a crazy degree. Unarmored Defense is a fantastic skill. Really just one of my favorites in this entire game. But also, any use of Frost anything is just immediately made better by these 3 skills. You have another damage skill in the old ways. You have reload speed if you want more, or if your other class doesn't have reload speed. Also, swap speed is just a great stat to have for multi-gun setups. And there's just so much quality of life in these first 4 tiers for Berserker. Tier 5 is a little more specific, but fire rate is still good for gun builds. Melee attack speed for melee builds, of course. And then the capstone is just amazing as well. The entire Berserker tree, at every tier, there's something useful. How your spell does so much damage? I'm a spell shot. And also, Twister just hits really hard. Look at this. A chaotic Twister with only 1 spell damage part is 369, nice, times 16. That is a lot of card damage, and I'm casting 2 at once. I have this one, and then the slightly weaker one over here. Should a spell shot take Stabbo speed perks? I mean, it depends on what you're doing. If you're using the spell shot or the Stabbo skill that increases your damage based on how fast you're going, then yes, you want to go faster. And I can't think of a reason not to do that. Thanks, Skeet. Green on this build? Not yet. Not yet. No, I don't like either of these. Wonder if weapons include spells. I would think they would say weapons and spells if they meant weapons and spells, but maybe. Oh, that was a bump. Double Twister looks so satisfying, it really is. I don't strictly need to be activating them at the same time, but it looks too cool not to. I recommend playing on Chaos 1 only until I've completed my build. I'd up it to your own personal preference. I'd recommend being on at least Chaos 1, for sure. But you could potentially be equally geared on Chaos 1 as someone else on Chaos 19. You don't get different drops. There's nothing available to 19 that isn't on 1. So anything in that range. To personal taste. You can get away more effectively with playing on a lower one with higher loot luck. So if you have all dice, you don't need to feel as stressed to push. When Anointment boosts elemental damage, that's all elemental damage, right? Since they specify status effect for dots? Correct. Oh, a little bit of stutter here. Game, you okay? Just the sound of this build so damn satisfying. Yeah. The reload of this? It's a good sound. Ooh, we got blue. Let's do blue. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Don't fly into butt, Stallion. There we go. What the heck do these do? This is how you open up one of these secret bosses. So yeah, this one's for you, Mr. Adblock. Once we get to the end, we'll fight that boss. Does it track you? Can you explain? Yeah, so basically you stand in that puddle. until that orb kind of primes itself, and you get 3 tries at it. But you gotta lead that tracking orb to the darker blue one, and blow it up while it's nearby. And remember that loop, because that is one of the mechanics of the boss. Each of the puzzles that opens up a boss is based on one of the boss mechanics. Generally fair to say the most important mechanic of each boss is the puzzle. So it's a neat little tutorial. A fun bonus to that is the yellow boss is probably the highest DPS check. And it's the only one of the puzzles to get in that has a DPS check. That's pretty neat.
I'll take that. This world's no
Appreciate you. I appreciate you. For the yellow one, you can't get spotted, right? Does it spot you and from the shadows? Thank you for testing. Genuinely never thought to try that. Seen yellow, blue, and green, and each one was entirely lost on me. Yep, that's all of them. Doing yellow, blue, and green in a single run will unlock the 4th boss after you've defeated all of the other 3 sequentially. So if you're to go for a 4th raid boss run, the end of a Chaos Chamber run becomes a 5 consecutive boss fight gauntlet. And I absolutely love that.
ready to bring the arcane.
You know, you can trigger all the bosses. That's how you get to the 4th boss. The 4th one only spawns if you've done the other 3. And the other 3 only pop up after you've done your normal end boss for a Chaos Chamber, and you choose to continue instead of getting loot. Skeep. Thanks, Skeep.
Fallen fresh.
Deal with the maker, learn the mechanics. Pay attention to the mechanics. If it seems like you're not doing enough damage or something, we could do yellow on this, but I'm still not hugely sold on the DPS of this gun. I want something better against armor. Now, I do have the White Rider, but that's only good against some of it. I want this in a 2-mag. Before I do that. If it looks like you're not doing damage, pay attention to what else is happening. You have to get lucky with all 3 sigils showing up in one run? Yeah, you don't always get all 3 in a run. Tried to do that last night, regretted on the first raid boss. It can be a little bit daunting, Samantha Vest. Particularly green is a big reflexes thing if you don't want it to be a longer fight. And I don't have the best reflexes myself, so, you know.
Back on the magic strike.
I should really have... I need to have a shock spell equipped for the shock bonus element to deal with these kinds of bosses. I need a twister that rolled shock. Probably want to run shock cryo for spells, because I already have fire coverage from body room. Don't really need more of that. Mutual kill. Cryptic Quag. Well, it's still... The game's only a week old, and I don't want to spoil the mechanics for the ultimate boss for people who want to watch the stream but don't want to have that told to them. Remember, Prince of War, there's a bunch of other people watching, so... Since it's something I'm not actively doing on the screen right now, I'm not going to explain it, because it's, spoilery. Should I buy Godfall Ultimate Edition? I really love that game, so there's never going to be a situation where I don't say buy Godfall. Godfall's great. There's a big update for Godfall next week, which might mean sales, so maybe wait a week and see if it goes on sale. But, yeah. Unless it's on sale now, then full send. What's your ultimate? What do you mean, what's my ultimate, Serena mate? What's the difference between the raid boss one and the one that can spawn more crystals? I don't understand the question, J-Bridge. How you doing, Stones One? Speed of Godfall, just sick lip of hammers and timing attack. Ooh. Yellow's the easiest for me, not gonna lie. Green is where I have trouble. Green is a big reflex check. It doesn't really do much, but it's more of a, it puts the burden on you. It's like, you do this, or this takes longer, type deal.
So squishy and gross. I love it.
Send Body Rocket via Discord, thanks for the file. Thank you so much, Andy, I appreciate it. I'm still keeping an eye out for that armor for you. It was, what, Warp Paradigm with high threat count? And good stats was the goal, right? Got the armor? Oh, you got it? Let's go, dude. Thanks, though. You're very welcome. And thank you. That actually worked out super nicely. Yeah, if I had better than a blue rarity, that'd have been dead. Alright, we're almost at the DPS mark for one cycle, which is pretty much like, hey, build good if you can one cycle blue. Not saying the build isn't good if you can't. It's just a good DPS benchmark to aim for. Also, general point of advice for these raid bosses, keep them pinged. All three of them, you have a reason to keep them pinged. Because all three of them have various phases and mechanics where their visibility gets obscured a little bit. Berserker is so good, but so is Claw Sabo, it's hard to choose. There's so many fun class combinations. It's really hard to choose. I've been finding myself, I just slap Berserker on everything, and it's crazy. Symbols on the walls in the encounter area, some are bosses, some go to an apparatus on the map that spits out crystals. Oh, So the skulls are the things that make crystals. The symbols, the sigils, are the ones that send you to bosses at the end of the run. Yellow's an epic fight. Oh, it really is. It's great. I love it. Posted the clip in Godful channel if you want to look. I'll look after stream, Viper, but I am curious about it. Thank you. Forgot to equip my lootla. Let's go shotgun. I'm going for a frost one. Andy very helpfully provided me a non-Ellie one. That's gonna be probably my main shield stripping weapon. But alright, you're gonna be like this, Bradlock. Really? You're gonna do me like this?
Let's get casting and blasting.
What the fuck does Bradlock do? It has a chance to eat a bunch of your health or debuff you in various ways. Every so often. But Bradlock also just has very high loot luck. It rolls elemental damage on it, which is pretty cool, but it's something to equip for loot luck when you know you're gonna need loot luck. And it can and will kill you. Yeah, it straight up kills you. It applies the death debuff to you. So I'm standing here having to use a healing sigil to not die while I'm looting in Chaos Chamber. Times 5. Still have not seen a times 25 black powder yet. I got a 21 with an enchant I'd been looking for, but the damage felt kind of so maybe I'll shift to getting it on a body rocker. Ugh. Body rocker enchant searching that's a thing that I'm signing myself up for. Could run this Arc Torrent, honestly. It's a volatile, so it's got high damage. It's actually got really good parts on that spell. I'm gonna run that for a bit, just because of the elemental coverage. I don't like using Arc Torrents, but... Hey, happy Friday, Stump. How high account we seen in shotguns? I've seen times 21s. I haven't seen 25s yet. Just killed Nightmare for the first time. Got a buff Meister and Inflammation. Inflammation, my beloved. I love that spell. I love it. Question, there's a bug where my luck doesn't show my myth or shrine buffs. Is that just a visual bug? It is not a visual bug. This happens on save quitting, so don't save quit farm things. If you're going to force respawn farm a boss or something, you want to change maps and go back, or toggle your chaos rank. So change to chaos 19 and back to 20. That does send you through 2 load screens, or you could change to 19, farm it, change back to 20, farm it. Or you can fast travel back to Brighthoof, and then use the town portal in Brighthoof to go back. You need to go through a map to keep your loot luck when resetting activities. Save quitting, the first load in, you do not have your loot luck benefit from Chaos level and Shrine. So wondering if Brad luck will apply if I change in the middle of Chaos Chamber. Should, but there are some buggy things about loot luck. Alright, what do I have for shock spells here? I have a Dazzler? Hmm. How do you guys feel about the Dazzler? I wanted to like it, but then I was just like, Ah, that's a Chaotic Twister. Okay, that's perfect. Can you teach me how you upgrade a better gear? I want to see what you think, like when picking new stuff up. So a lot of it is knowing which parts are good on which items. For example, I look at Torg shotguns a lot. That's something I'm keeping an eye out for more than anything else, because certain combinations of parts on certain items are going to be more optimal. Hey, Coordinate Empty, how you doing? So, like with these body rockers, for example, these Torg shotguns, you're looking for times 18 with a 2 mag. That's going to be the highest DPS you can get with one of these, with this type of setup that I'm using, with the spamming reload speed one. But times 18 is going to be optimal damage for these. So, looking for that. Other types of weapons have different things you want to look out for. Like, for example, on Black Powder ARs, I keep an eye out for crossbow barrel times 4. On kettle drums, I'm looking for times 25 kettle drums. I've only seen 21s and 16s, but I want to know if 25 is possible. Do I have a Torg AR on the save? I don't think I do. But that kind of deal. Spriggans. You're looking for Frost Element Spriggans or Nightshades, because those roll times 4 and have very high DPS. So it's knowing which parts are good on which items. This is the same thing for spells. These aren't my favorite parts on this Twister, for example, but spell damage is beneficial. Status damage doesn't do much, damage radius doesn't do much, but spell damage increases that. So a very high damage Twister. I'd obviously like something like crit chance or crit damage on those. This one has extra projectile, not hugely valuable on a Twister at first glance because, okay, it went from 16 to 17, but each Twister projectile is 336 damage, so like, that's still a lot of extra damage from just that part. One second, chat. I'm doing a thing. Spell parts are confusing, though. In what way? What about them are confusing? Oh, I like that enchant. I do like that one. Keep going in case I get the other spell shot one, but I might just stick on that one. Huh, that's neat. You know what, let's stick on this one. Let's stick on this one. More crit chance? Yeah. Also got a times 18 shotgun 2 mag. It's level 28, but sure is a fun playthrough gun. Absolutely, Stump. That's gonna shred for you. What's my myth rank at? 204. Yeah, I broke the 200 mark, chat. Yay. Myth rank. I hope they cap you soon. I don't really care about that area. Spells that you can't see all 3 rolls, that'll have 2 rolls and the third will be a part. You just need to look at the card and see what's different versus other versions of that spell. And I mean, at least with the Twister, it can roll 3 parts, and I have one with 3, one with 2. And you can see up the top where it says damage, crit chance, cooldown, all that, it shows the individual parts. And then the impact of that is reflected down at the bottom of the card. See the one that has extra projectile? It says plus 16 projectiles per cast at the bottom. The one that has higher status damage, well, these both have higher status damage. You know, they got the 96 dot because of that part. It's pretty self-explanatory. As a lover of Diablo 3 Rift's chaos chambers make me so happy, absolutely Vraxis. Yeah, it's the first thing I thought of when reading through the info drop on chaos chambers initially. I was like, this takes Diablo stuff and Godfall stuff and gives it a Borderlands flavor, and that's what Wonderlands is. Very much a hit for me. Yeah, this is the sniper rifle I'm keeping an eye out for. This sawmill right here. That's for the other build. I could roll pistols from the bunnies for a while, because I do want better gluttonies. Always keeping an eye out for liquid coolings. The pistol category is just kind of stacked, isn't it? It's a chaotic inflammation I haven't rolled anything for. Let's spend some moon orbs. Yes, I'm standing here looking for an excuse to use my moon orbs because they're about to cap again. Do ward increases apply to guns with a ward? No. Ooh, that's a good one. Haven't spent my myth rank level points yet. Understandable. It's, I don't like spending my myth rank. But sometimes I want that tooltip off my screen, so. Okay, that's enough spent for now. Let's get back to it.
Come on, have some fun.
So let's confirm the enchantments on stack. Yes. Been tested. Ooh, Dragon Lord statue to start. Double Twister hits so hard. Does myth rank cap once you max out all the perks in the trees? No, because some of them can't be maxed out, TS Mac. Each of the quadrants in myth rank has one stat that does not have a cap. This is gun damage, spell damage, melee damage, and ability damage, respectively. Which means, yes, players can potentially just funnel hundreds of points into those stats and continually get more and more and more and more and more. So, if you see a build that doesn't quite make sense, and they won't show you their myth rank, well, there you go. So I personally do not plan on taking my myth rank beyond a certain level. Whatever the mathematical value of all the ones that can be capped maxed, and then I'm probably going to take the uncapped ones to 20, which is the same value as a lot of these. Some of them go to 25, some go to 20. Whatever that maths out to is what I plan on doing. I will not take any of the uncapped ones past 20. Can I roll any enchants on any item or enchants specific to each item? So there's, you cannot get melee damage enchants on melee items. You cannot get gun damage enchants on guns. You cannot get spell damage enchants on spells. And there are some that are specific to shield slot. There are some that are specific to spell slot. And there are some that are specific to gun slot. In terms of specific items, like within those categories, there are likely some limitations, but there may not be. Like in Borderlands 3, there were some individual items that couldn't roll certain enchants. But yes, there's categorical limitations. 400's when you have everything except the infinite ones. Good to know. I spent a couple points in some of the uncapped ones, but no more than like 2 or 4 or something. So I'll probably be capping out around like 500 tops. No, not 500. Like 480. I think 480 would be my cap then. Our movement speed goes to 25. 485? Let's look at that screen again. This one goes to 25. This one goes to 15 instead. Oh, so that's still, those cancel out. Okay. So 480. Yeah. Trying to make a sniper good, because I swear past game snipers are ass. Well, which past games? Because there were some snipers in Borderlands 3 that did incredibly high damage. This is a sniper that I'm able to kill things with in this game. The Carouser and the Sawmill are very good DPS. I've heard good things about the Drill's Fury. I've not yet used it personally. The Skeep Prod is good DPS as well.
Can't wait to throw some spells. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead or the same. How's that for you, you dope faggot?
And then infamously in Borderlands 2, there were a lot of high-value snipers. In TPS, I loved using the machine. That was fun in that game. All enchants benefits companions. Is there a list somewhere of all enchants? Save tons of time. Yes, in the Discord, in the resources channel, there is a spreadsheet of enchants. We have a bunch of community resources in the Discord. If you're ever trying to find more information about these things, !Discord to join. Stabbo's Greyborn usable? Absolutely. Every multi-class combination has something to offer. Medusa's Shadow. You can't go wrong. Now, there's some that don't inherently seem like they combine well, like, for example, the one I'm doing right now, Spellshot Berserker. Because if you use Polyamorous, you have a hard time getting in rage uptime, but there's still good reasons to do it. So every multi-class combination has merit.
Ready to cast.
Do I have the health bug right now? These health values look... 26k one-shotting, that sounds fine. Yeah, no, I think I just have higher damage than I thought. Let's do an elite room and see if, Polyamorous. Did I say that? I was I was thinking of a build name with the Carouser. I might have misspoken, but because it's a heart gun and I'm using I could use polymorph. I spoiled my build idea. Damn it, misspoke. Ambihextrous.
Something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me. There's a Jake near me as well. Tried out the Torgue Fish Pistol. Seems like it would function the same as the Cube. So not well, Loki Legend. I've not used it more than shooting to see what it does.
Was wondering when more of you'd turn up. Never get tired of that.
Hey Felicia,
They stop.
how you doing?
This'll come in handy. You probably yelling at me.
Ah, pain. Skeep, save me. These enemies are being straight up rude. Alright, Gargle Snot, listen here, you little shit. I just want to use my sniper and have fun, but if you're gonna make me use the bang stick or body rock or whatever, then I'll do that. Yeah, no, that one is not trying. Way too early, damn meetings before 9 AM. Before 9 AM? Ugh. That's awful. Breaking news, trying to be Dragon Lord at 8 levels under is not easy. It sounds tough, Con Man. Sounds like that'd be a little difficult. I guess we'll see on the boss fight the health bug. It's so hard to tell sometimes. Basically, what I mean by the health bug is occasionally you'll have a run where enemies do not properly have Chaos 20 health applied to them. You'll still have your Chaos 20 drop rates and everything, but they'll be Chaos 0. And with some setups, it's very difficult to tell. Because, like, I'm using a lot of Cryo right now, right? And I'm fighting bone enemies. So they're just gonna melt regardless. Like, that one seemed like it died suspiciously fast. The Cyclops. Hope I have a few too many spells. Cast them. Found out you don't need to pick up all the crystals. Once you leave, it'll auto-collect them. Really? Let's test that. We'll have to test that one out.
Won't go hungry tonight.
Alright, leaving a bunch of crystals on the ground. Thank me later. I'll thank you in a moment if it works. How you doing, ME3 King?
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
You mean Mass Effect 3 by ME3? Because, if so, good taste. Good taste. Or let's see, I have 1861. 1657 now. We're gonna travel. Bleed Bad Karma spoke about it too. 1706. It did go up. Neat. Cool, I will stress a lot less about crystals now. Because for some of my faster runs, I was losing time anyway to pick up crystals. But if I don't need to worry about that, then we can do some real fast runs. Cool, 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 cool. I'm freed from the pathological need to pick up the shiny. So I was pulling sub 10-minute runs while still looting. This bodes well. Very hard to trust chat today. A little bit, yeah. But it certainly works out. That is very nice. I didn't know about that swan. Neat.
Hide already, fighting my thing. I've got all the magic I need.
Need Mal on bridge streaming these chambers. A little more density would be nice. Hopefully that's something they can approach in an upcoming patch. That would be very nice. If you guys missed it today, they confirmed that they're doing the update approach of weekly hotfixes and less frequent, but still comparatively frequent to a lot of other games in the industry, patches. So hotfixes and patches, much like Borderlands 3. Gives them a lot of ability to respond to feedback and implement things quickly. And that's really good. I know some people were worried they wouldn't do that. Hotfix Live, thank you, CZ. Yo, Charlie, thank you for gifting a sub out to ME3 King. I really appreciate it. That's super generous of you. Hey, Bossbone. What do you pick if you choose between Curse or Crystal Chest? I'd pretty much always go for Crystals, honestly. Does Gluttony need a buff? No. Why would you ask that? Hey, Sandwich. Watching you enjoy it finally convinced me to buy Wonderlands. Totally wasn't waiting to have enough money to buy it. Very excited. If you go for it, Sandwich, I do have an affiliate link. If you use that, it supports me. If you go for Chaotic Great with Season Pass, through that link, you get some extra cosmetics you can only get through that affiliate link, or through an affiliate link. Alright, got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, we totally have the health bug. Yeah, this is totally health bug. There's no way this melts Alyssa this hard. Okay. This is a very hard thing to figure out, but if you see a build melting unreasonably fast like this, yeah, it's got the bug.
Just what I needed.
Chaotic Marshmallow, sure. Mage Staff, that's fun. We'll have to save quit to get rid of this bug. But there's more crack spell gameplay. Enjoy. When's her first hotfix? Already happened today. Thought that's what I heard, not paying full attention. So no, the Furior pistol I've been recommending as a high burst damage option and using in multiple builds. No, that item does not need a buff. Spore Zerker build I've seen is reliably melted bosses like that or faster. Yes, some are capable of doing it. A lot of builds you see are benefiting from the health bug. And you guys have seen my Bereaver gun setup melts bosses very quickly as well, but not that fast. Health bug only in Chaos 20, it's on multiple Chaos levels. Sometimes you just don't get your Chaos levels HP applied. They have notes on the site. You can do exclamation point hotfix, King, and it will send you directly to the page that has the notes and everything. Dark magic weapons received a buff of 6.87%. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Now, that buffs the gluttony, but doesn't really cause any problems. Trying to think of dark magic locked weapons that really affects, and there's nothing really. What that does is lets you be punished a little less for having dark magic element on a gun. It's variable. I think Spore Zerker has some exploit going on with ricochet scaling. Chadley's hitting 7mm hits with liquid cooling. It's not an exploit, prob, it's math. It is double dipping of damage bonuses. That is all it is. Just math. Double dipping is when an instance of damage benefits from some sort of bonus, but then another instance of damage based, like, it has its base check the value of something else. So with the Spore Fuse enchant rather, its damage is determined in part by the damage of the hit that came and caused it. Meaning, let's say you have 6 out of 3 Wrath of Nature for over 100% debuff. That applies to the first hit, and then Wrath of Nature applies to the Spore Fuse as well, because it's a new hit. So, you're not getting 100 plus 100, you're getting 100, and then the result of that is multiplied by that you know, extra 100 again. Or extra, you know, times 2. It's the same reason Moses' short fuse was powerful, same reason Amara's Ties the Bind was powerful. It's the same thing. Fine, Wonderland's different enough, feels fresh, similar, not same. Right. Wonderland's drastically different, or is it like different name, same gameplay? The gameplay is very different. Like, obviously, you don't have spells in Borderlands 3. You don't have multi-classing system. The endgame content is designed differently. The items, like, you don't have the same gear slots, even. Borderlands 3 doesn't have a melee weapon slot, nor does it have rings, amulets, armor. It's different. It is very different. Dark magic gun with incredibly average non-magic stats. Dark magic a little bit better, I'll take it. Yeah. Just a nice little increase for dark magic weapons, which I do feel were... You don't have a reason to run, like, specifically a dark magic gun. Because there's just better ways of getting your dark magic healing. Like, if I'm trying to heal with dark magic, I'm gonna get it from either a spell, a bonus element, or an action skill. I'm not gonna go about it another way. Ricochet's defo bugged. I don't use Spore Anoint. It's still one-shot bosses with ads. Now
that's the good stuff.
Thinking what that could potentially be. If you can get me like a clean clip of like a one-shot like that without that, then that'd be cool. But it could legitimately just be formula, because barrage scaling with gun damage and ability damage, and then warp paradigm existing, allows for some crazy formula on it. So that explains a lot of barrage's stuff. But also the Spore Capstone. Just, yeah. There's a reason why they didn't give Amara in Borderlands 3 global damage increases, because that would double dip into Indiscriminate and do the stuff you're seeing now. Indiscriminate's already nuts. Hear people mention Buffmeister a lot, never used it. What's bugged about it? So the thing with that, Dank, is on a spell shot, if you put a Buffmeister in your Ambihextrous spell slot, it inherits the base damage value of what you have in your normal spell slot. So that means if you put, say, I don't have anything with particularly high value because I don't use that exploit. Let's say you have a 5,000 damage spell in your normal slot. Instead of Buffmeister's base damage of, say, 200, that it bases its bonus element off of, it will be like, oh, I'll be 5,000 instead. And a Buffmeister with just the 200 base is already overpowered to the point where I believe it should be nerfed hard. So take the item that's overpowered, multiply it by like 25 times at base, and send it on its way. Yeah, that's the bug that people are using. Now, even without that bug, Buffmeister is overpowered. Do not get it twisted around. Buffmeister is overpowered. Not good, not great, not situationally something to throw on. It is a balance problem. And the reason for that is, functionally, it's Borderlands 2B, but a global bonus element that also gives you other stat buffs. Hotfix ready? It is out, yes. The hotfix is out. My bank is almost full, chat. I need to go through and get rid of stuff, and I'm not prepared.
Then a left. No. No.
510 out of 510. Pain, suffering, agony. Skeep is a game changer for me. Skeep's amazing. Skeep is probably overpowered too, for being perfectly honest. But it's funny.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Berserker has like 3 global bonuses and it's top 2 tiers, so it's insane with Spore. Right, right. If I do Grave with Stavo, should I do Crits build? Do what you find enjoyable. This is not the kind of game where there is only one approach in Medusa's Shadow. There's no wrong answer. Do the one that you enjoy, and even if you're trying to do something that's would be considered effective by a lot of people, there's still not just one answer. Experiment. Do things you like. I cannot tell you what you like. You know that better than I do. While we're loading here, let's give out another couple codes. So, if anyone wants a chance to win a skeleton key code, which you can use to open the chest in Brighthoof, I can walk us over there in a moment. They work like the golden chests in Borderlands games, if you're familiar. I really recommend them for gearing up when you're first getting into Chaos Chamber, Chaos level climbing. Really helps you overcome that initial hurdle. So, I'm going to walk us over to that chest. It is this chest right here. This one. Textures are loading in. It'll be a second. Give it a second. There you go. There it is. So do Jacobs forgot the name of this game? Black Powder. Weapons perform similar capacity to BL3? Yes. My god, if we can make Clawbringer work as community, anything can work. Yeah. What does chaos symbols mean when you're taking a portal? Are there ones more beneficial than the other? Just got the chaos this morning. I believe Hey Felicia made a infographic to show that. I don't know if it's ready or anything. But sorry to put you on the spot, Felicia. But basically, the Dragon Lord portal allows you to get a room where at the end you choose a curse. You choose between 2 curses. Each curse will increase your total crystal intake, but provide a penalty. There you go. Thank you, Felicia. There's the Butt Stallion rooms, which at the end of the room, Butt Stallion will buff one of your skills from your skill tree for the duration of the run. There's the loot rooms, which is the golden chest ones. And then there's the crystal rooms, where you get increased crystals from the end of that room. So there's 4 different kinds of rooms. Clawbringer's not bad as a support class. You can make Clawbringer work as a damage class. There's just a lot of gear investment required. The story as long as BL2, 3, shorter than 3. But it is a full-fledged game. Is there a specific order you always choose from? I always go for crystal rooms, because that gets you more stuff in the loot room at the end of the run. In terms of curses, I kind of do them as I feel like them. Sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I could stand to increase my crystal intake. My damage feels good. Let's do it. But I don't go for every curse, because some of the curses are just extremely unfun to deal with. And can outright kill certain builds. In terms of the Butt Stallion buffs, they're nice if you're not hugely confident in your setup, or if you just want to avoid a curse. Game's strength is a side quest. I think this game's strength is the end game. Yeah, I'm okay with that, Pup T. As long as Felicia is. Where can I see hotfix notes? Exclamation point hotfix exempt. It's the command in the title. I feel the story was on par for Borderlands. I feel the story was way better than Borderlands. They put significant effort towards telling an interesting story in this game, and I think they did a great job with that. So, I'll just open up a skeleton key chest to show you guys what this looks like, and then we'll do a key giveaway. So, this is what I got in mind. Capacity Absorb Brimming, that's a pretty tanky ward. But note how many chaotics I have in here. I got a couple of those. So this is a great way of getting your foot in the door when you're first starting to climb through the chaos levels. You know, you hit 40, you turn on Chaos 1, Chaos 2, Chaos 3, something like that, and you come here, and you get some good stuff. So for the giveaway, go ahead and type Chaos in the chat if you'd like a chance to win a skeleton key code. I'm giving them out in pairs. I have 2 pairs left. Avern, message me either here on Twitch or on Twitter on Discord. Private message me, and I will get you your code. And we got a second one, so... Sorry to worry with questions. Is the enchantment system similar to the enchantment system, both good and bad parts, and there's way rerolling? There is a reroll mechanic, however, you can only reroll an individual item up to 11 times before you lose the ability to reroll it. Ever gave the auto shard loot advice here, the real homie? That was ME3 King. Yeah, definitely helpful. And the forward 3. So Avern and the forward 3, message me Twitter, Twitch, or Discord, and I will get you your codes. It's reminding me to check my mentions and stuff. 69% installed right now. Yo, nice. Nice. Then Twitch DM now? Cool. I eagerly await it. Congrats. So the next pair of codes will go out in an hour. Roughly. There you go. And there you are as well, Avern. Cool. So yeah, I got 2 codes left. Those will go out in about an hour. Greyborn has a lot of global bonuses. That it does. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. Let's open up another case. Let's see what we get. I had one more, so. Ooh, Fortifying Sigil. Those are always great to have. What's spell damage? What does more spell damage do on a Fortifying Sigil? Does that just, like, increase the status effect thing that enemies get when they walk in? What does that do? I'm curious. I'm gonna take that for testing. Thank me for testing, I guess. Nice seeing you. Gonna try and be more productive beat seeing you. Thanks for stopping in, Sandwich. I appreciate it. Thank you for using my link again. And, enjoy the game when you do get around to playing it. I like this enchant, but not on that gun. Getting class-specific enchants can be a bit daunting at times, I must say. That's a really good random armor to find. A point in high thread count's a big deal. Spell crit chance as well. movement speed, but ability damage is not really a spell shot thing. Sag. Wonder if I should go spell shot Berserker to try and give Feral Surge damage, because using Warp Paradigm, convert the spell to ability damage. Same way a lot of Spore Wardens are doing that for Barrage. Maybe that's how you get Feral Surge to do good damage. I'll have to try that out. Got that fast internet. Hey, Aver, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. A lot of creators on the platform, you chose me. Thank you so much. Any primers in the chat? Anyone else not use their monthly Prime sub? Doesn't have to be on me. Use it to support a creator. It's a full sub for them, and it is at no additional cost to you. Triple spell damage Ice Spike with a good enchant. If this was a different spell, like, that'd be really good. And Chester, thank you for the Prime as well. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Goes a long way. Chester and Aver and both, I hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff, and it's been great having you around. Don't tell me what to do. Sorry.
She's the girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
If I were to redeem free sub, do you lose revenue or does Twitch? I pay for it, but I get some of the cost back because the money goes to me.
She's the girl and she's on fire.
Basically, free sub, I will personally gift. But, you know, I get a cut back after taxes and everything, so. It only ends up costing me, like, half of a sub, and I don't mind doing it. So feel free to redeem free sub. And if I wasn't comfortable with it, I wouldn't have the redemption there. You get 100,000 channel points, and you could get a free month sub for you or someone else. Hey, bro, how you doing? Struggle to stay alive in Chaos Chamber, any tips? Survivability is less direct in this game than in other Borderlands games. We don't have the elephant in the room of lifesteal, always on lifesteal, so you have to actually learn how to use your character kit to survive. Now, some of the classes have direct survivability in terms of things you'd expect, like Graveborn has a lot of healing. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hey, Moggs, how you doing? Some classes have direct survivability, like Graveborn can heal very, very easily. Berserker has some very strong healing as well, and also some damage reduction. Then you have the less obvious ones, like Stabomancer has the chance to evade, and also can just move really fast, so you just don't get hit because you're too fast. And then you have more complex things, like Spellshot doesn't really have direct survivability, but Spellshot, as you can see in some of the crazy stuff Moxie's been doing, just kind of murders everything. Like, you don't need to survive on Spellshot because everything is dead. So, each class kind of has a unique approach to survival. And, unlike how BL3 was... Ooh, I love this enchant. I need to optimize around this more. Unlike how BL3 was later in its life, where most players were just kind of face tank lifestealing everything. That's not a thing in this game. On Spellshot Stabo, but I don't have the items for the build. You could maybe consider changing one of your... You could change your second class to something that'll help you acquire that gear more easily. Graveborn as a second class is just great for survival. If you can get a spell with a short cooldown, like Inflammation, you've got 3 charges, 6.8 cooldown. You can use that to spam Sanguine Sacrament, which is an extremely powerful healing skill. You could do that with an Arcane Bolt as well. Graveborn also has high dark magic efficiency from both skills and the action skills. So you can get a lot of healing in that way as well. Spellshot can be a monster with Deathless. It can, but that's gear dependent, as you know very well, Dank. Everyone is Flak, and I like that. I like that. Those of you who've been following me for a while know that I've always been enthusiastic about the fact that with Flak you need to take an active role in your survivability. And Wonderlands forces you to do that. Also, a big thing in Wonderlands is... I'm in Chaos Chamber, so I can't show that, but Chaos ranks increase enemy damage. That was not a thing in BL3. So the higher you go, the more damage enemies do. Seen the spell shot Buffmeister bug? Yeah, talked about it a little bit earlier. I've been aware of it for a while, and it's not something I'm interested in personally. I don't like to use that kind of stuff in my gameplay. That's just me, though. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Moxie. I appreciate it. 236 in the channel. Legend. Mox, you know the deal. Enjoy the perks and stuff. And, congratulations to you, by the way. If you guys haven't seen, Moxie's really been popping off content-wise. Like, he had a really successful Elden Ring video, and his views on Twitch for Wonderlands have been fucking cracked. You love to see the homies succeed.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Nasty Spill or Bulwark Buddies? I don't like either of these. I guess I'll take Nasty Spill because I hate myself. Apparently. I'm using it currently just to work up to Chaos 20. The thing with that is if you put yourself in that situation, you may find yourself unable to do Chaos 20 without it. Because if you're using a thing that you're dependent on, and then that thing is removed, and you're doing harder stuff than you were when you first started using that thing, well, it seems like you've compounded the problem. So that's why I wouldn't recommend doing that kind of stuff to advance your Chaos level. Because if you intend to actually play at Chaos 20, it could hurt you. Pretty sure it's the Yo Guys opener. It is iconic. It's pretty old at this point, but isn't there a compilation floating around of a bunch of people from the Borderlands community just doing Moxie's Yo Guys intro? Probably about a year old at this point. Skeep! Hey Asa, how you doing? Moxie stream yesterday is actually where I learned you don't need to pick up the crystals. It's a game changer. I keep finding myself doing it anyway, like I've been doing during this run. Because breaking habits. Why does Twister hit so hard? It's crazy. Oh yeah, no shot I'm killing that.
Energy's empty. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Skeep and crabs what this game's about? True. Crystal pickup sound is neuron activation? Also true. I love this little shotgun. It does not do me wrong. You know what does do me wrong, though? Fire. Hey Tom Nasty, how you doing? Crystals equals dopamine. Which character do you recommend in Wonderlands for a smooth brain Zane main like me? Spell Shot would be like the least complicated of the classes, I suppose. But Berserker is just the combine with anything class, as Dave said. I found you guys last week, so it's fresh to me at least. Right. The visibility the Borderlands, now Wonderlands community is getting from this game launch is crazy. Like, Borderlands has always been kind of a niche thing. It blows up a bit for a couple days, and then kind of goes back to the corner of just us doing our thing. But this is much larger scale, so you'd love to see it. Spell count 18. This is just a blue times 18 with a 2-mag. 2-mag is like the biggest thing for this. I've been farming for upgrades for a bit. Andy's hooking me up with a non-Ellie upgrade, which is cool. I just gotta get a Frost one that isn't, the weakest possible version it could be. But this is really, really good. And I have 8 out of 3 prestidigitation, so the reload speed is also an adrenaline cursed wit. Reload speed over here. Very fun. Frying pan, it has warrior though. I don't really want warrior health. Echo Kaz, where are you? Pain. What class you recommend for starting out? Spell Shot is like the crazy, you know, ridiculous damage interaction class for the most part. Graveborn and Berserker are just kind of good at buffing everything. They're just like, hey, you want to make everything you do better? Here you go. Spore Warden is pretty neat if you like the gun flak vibe. Stabomancer I don't have too much experience with yet. I'm still working on a build for that off stream. But I do like it. It hits a lot of the Zane points. In terms of, at least, the Vile Momentum stuff. And the evasion. And Clawbringer is one that I'd say take with a grain of salt. Clawbringer can be made to be endgame viable for sure. And a few people have been putting out some good Clawbringer builds. Lazy's made one that he's very proud of that's doing very, very well. I think Epic put one together that he really likes. And I'm sure many, many others. But Clawbringer is the one that it's most difficult to get in a state where it feels as powerful as the others. Seen Stabbo dodge shenanigans? I have. That's something I was super excited for pre-launch. Dot stuff is something I really just enjoy. Ever since Stone Swan turned me onto it. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. I've been doing some Stabbo from the Shadows stuff. Because I suppose I'm a fade-away nostalgia nerd. But that's fine. What level can we change our second class? You get a tutorial for changing your second class post-story completion. Anyone know if points in Savagery affect the melee damage from Storm Dragon's Judgment? Should. Should affect just the melee portion. Skeep, it's so cute.
You better have some coin for all that trouble.
One of the many reasons I love Twister is dealing with those Cyclops. If I want to use Graveborn's short fuse blast gas to the most, how would I do that? Spell shot, get a ton of spell damage, and spam spells as frequently as you possibly can. You could also make it apply to certain Furior stuff. Hydra spells as well are pretty good with it. Ooh, blue. Appreciate it. You're very welcome. Great, just got the endgame with Clawbringer. No trouble so far using them. Haven't touched cast levels yet. Yeah, the climb is a little bit more difficult on Clawbringer, but you can absolutely get to a point where it's very, very viable. I walked into it. I guess I walk this way. There's so many obstacles. Let me get rid of that barrel. Or maybe I could go up that way. I don't know how the geometry back there is. Some of the map layouts with the blue puzzle are awkward. Walk this way. Oh, don't hit the wall. There you go, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. Look at the little guy. He's doing it. Motherfucker. That was entirely user error. Earworm successfully deployed? True. With the green rune, do you have to do all the shooting on one attempt or remember your progress? I believe it remembers your progress. I think the first time I ever did it, I messed up and did it on attempt 2. Steven Tyler living in my head rent-free. It do be like that. Curse you, street lamp. Slow and steady, Quag. Slow and steady. I have no attention span, Blue. Doesn't exist. There we go.
You won't be needing that.
That's why they give you 3 attempts for that. For me, I need to do it again. Okay, I could be misremembering on the green. Excuse me.
Ready to bring me up.
Clawbringer's active skill where he slams is inconsistent at times too. Sometimes end up in the air slam, which can be annoying. Yeah, definitely can be. Thanks, Skeep.
You tell them I'm
Take the down because that just needs enrage. Just needs damage. Don't worry, I understand lack of attention span. I do have ADHD. One of us. One of us. We'll say I miss ADS in Fight for Your Life. Maybe Class 7 has that or something. That'd be cool. Because a lot of the Guardian rank perks were either made baseline or distributed among item effects or character skill trees. For example, Berserker got Too Angry to Die. A couple of the other ones were put onto items. Slam, Command and Slam was made baseline for everybody. So, we'll see. Groundbreaker on Echo weapons, right. Drill? rude. Okay. That's fine. Swap that out. Do I have a sigil with the appropriate enchant? If not, I need to roll that. I need to change that. Okay, yeah. I gotta update my sigil. Noted. Switch back to the other twister. I said drill instead of drill. I'm not a linguist. I believe some of the NPCs say drill, but do not remember. It's Daryl. Fair. What do you say is the best time to use golden keys? Right when we unlock chaos levels? I'd say when you're in the low chaos levels, you're level 40. You're in like chaos 1, 2, 3, 4, somewhere in that range. That's the perfect time in my opinion. That's not enough range for that. Today I learned. Because that'll let you get your foot in the door. And a lot of people would instead put themselves through a lot of dedicated farming, and that can be tough if you don't have the loot luck for that. So I'd say the perfect time would be to, right when you unlock those early chaos levels, and as you're doing your climb, or starting your climb, and then you could use the gear from the skeleton key chest to then go and either climb a few levels, or do the lower ones efficiently to gear up, or you can tackle some of those dedicated farms from like obelisk bosses and such, try and get gear that way. But either way, it'll enhance your efficiency early on. I definitely stress that it should be early, but at endgame, so that any potential stuff you get could last you quite a long time. Oh yeah, if you guys don't know, this spot is like safer than the rest of the arena, like right here. Some of his attacks, he just doesn't know how to track you properly when you're there. New body rocker? Nope. Same one. Never lucky. And the thing with dodging Drill's attacks is, he telegraphs. So you just need to bait the attack on one side of the room and move to the other. If you played a Resident Evil game, same vibe with a lot of the bosses. Now this particular attack can be very difficult, but this is one where you have move speed incentive. If he's slamming multiple times with the same hand, this is a move speed dodge. If he's alternating hands, then you could do the bait and switch. I'm just stressing that because I've seen a couple people having some difficulty. Bosses having mechanics is definitely not something we're as used to from the Borderlands side of things. So it's I'm still very grateful that they did that, getting more people with the program of involved gameplay, agency in your own survivability, not just life steal based tank. Ignore mechanics. It's like, hey, move. Manage resources. Etc. Once you finish the main story, is there a way it's the most fast to get to 40? I'd recommend doing overworld stuff, Window Fan, because that'll unlock you some very good long-term things. There's a bunch of loot dice in the overworld. The shrine bonuses in the overworld are fantastic to have. And doing all that can get you a lot of XP. I'd mop up overworld stuff, and then if you're still not 40 by the time you're done with that, then I'd say, ooh, cosmetic. Then I would say go get the rest of the obelisks, and that should take you the rest of the way there. Shrine bonuses only apply to overworld or all areas. The move speed one I think is an overworld thing, but the luck shrine, for example, is all areas. The critical hit chance one is all areas because there's no combat in the overworld. I don't remember if the Zumios one is all areas or not, because it's definitely more noticeable in the overworld. People say Banshee sucks is one of my favorite fights in the game. I love Banshee. The people saying Banshee sucks are the ones who do not have any situational aptitude for, like, avoiding damage. They're the same ones that didn't bother to learn character survivability and use lifesteal. Because Banshee, all of the attacks are avoidable, completely. She's got the one where she puts the pool on the floor, so you go up to the sides. She's got the one where she sends a high beam, so you duck. She's got the low beam, so you jump. And then she's got the faster attacks, but she telegraphs those with glowing things floating behind her that tell you which side they're coming from and where they're going to. There's also plenty of ads to get back up off of that don't even attack you, so that teaches you how to bank enemies to use as extra lives for yourself. Like, it's a very good teacher of a boss fight. Zumios is overworld. Thank you, Gloshi. That's what I believed. Reiterating from before, it's good to keep these secret bosses pings because visibility can get a little wonky in some phases. That's fine. You got damage. Do the thing. There we go. How did that down me again? It's an interesting situation to be in. Suppose I'll just keep attacking you. That's fine. We'll burn a life. McQuack, why is it always Banshee? Why no ban he? Boo. Green Ray boss felt like a Banshee scaled up 15 times with additional mechanics. I like that you could also interrupt the attacks and do more damage. Yeah, and it's very reflex based on the green fight. Green is a big reflex check. It's either have good reflexes and observation skills, or take longer. Blue is pure mechanics. I simply am not paying much attention right now, and that's why I lost the life to blue. This is by far the easiest of the three. And then yellow is DPS and positioning checks. Pure positioning. And of course, you need enough DPS to pop the orbs on time. Come on. Loop, you're being rude. Do the thing in a direction that goes to the thing. Don't make me move across the room. The lazy man works the hardest, I'm aware. Have to fill in for Sora's lag of emotes. I don't know if you answered this or not, but which enchant you're running on your shield? I am currently running Spellcast Elemental damage. This is kind of a placeholder on the Spellblade I was messing around with, so I could have more damage over here by shifting some stuff around. Yeah.
Or whatever. Just take some shiny stuff and go, okay?
Sonic Boom, that stun mechanic's so satisfying. Really is. A lot of crystals. Very nice. I'm keeping an eye out for a Twin Soul with Amp and Echo. That is what I want for the melee slot on this build. ×4 Frost SMG guarantee the first section of the game? Yes. Yes, it is. 2465 Goop Shoot. It's volatile. Why couldn't this be an entirely different Torque Shotgun? It's high base damage, so I'll pick it up. I'll probably have to throw it on the ground because I don't have inventory space anymore. But it's something. Tried using when health is full, gun damage, critical damage. Yes, it's good. It's just not great uptime on this particular setup. For some bossing, sure. I've yet to get a chaotic or volatile ×3 sword explosion, but based on the performance earlier, even that wouldn't be very good. 4 sword explosion. Anything cool come from the hotfix? A slight buff to weapons of the dark magic element. So if you've been using dark magic guns, you'll get a little bit more damage. Another chaotic sword explosion, but still not good. Yeah, if you'd like to read the hotfix notes, there's a command for it, !hotfix. They're very short. It's just a couple things. I think the more important things to keep in mind... Chaotic Red Hellion, let me take that. The more important things to keep in mind from the post are they confirmed that they're doing weekly hotfix support. And they're also doing patches, less frequently than that, but they're doing patches. So that confirms the same level of support that Borderlands 3 got. Which was very, very nice for the community. So that's a big W. You have a one-on-one unique only to your game save body rocker? Yeah, like, look at this. Not even a ×13 in here. Got a 16 kettle drum, but I already have a few of those. And I'm looking for 25s. Body rockers do not exist. Also, I need to set up some mules. I really need to set up some mules. Let's address this melee weapon situation. We'll roll one for it. Alright, about 20 more minutes and then we'll do the last set of codes. I've heard good things about Luddites. I've not gotten one good enough to use yet. I want to get an elemental ×3 before I start using it. So keep an eye out for ×3 Torg crossbow barrel pistols. I've heard good things. Torg in general in this game is actually slapping pretty hard. The ARs are good, the shotguns are good, the pistols are good. Launchers, work in progress. Speaking of non-uniques, I got this ×4 Sawblade Skulldugger launcher with like 940 damage per 3 ammo shot. Might have some potential, a lot of ammo consumption. Ooh, I definitely am interested in that. I've been wanting to make some launcher stuff work. It's a weird message, I know. Hopefully they fix this icon thing, because finding my melee weapons in my inventory is, it's a bit awkward. It's a little frustrating. Roll that one. There we go, they came back. It was blue, non-chaotic volatile, so just become better. That's still a good starting point. Got a blue cake like the yellow cape of blue? Yeah, that's a thing in the game. The split distance is a lot farther than the yellow cake. Which is an important thing to note. Do I have another Curse Wit? Spellcast gun damage. Doesn't have the adrenaline part, though. Thinking. I don't have room for all this shit. I have better kettle drums in storage. I'm reading that one. Alright, do I have a Cursed Wit with adrenaline and storage that suits my needs here? That's an amp one. I could reroll the one I'm wearing if it's not bricked, but I don't remember if it's bricked or not. That one's fire rate. I like adding the unique blues for endgame. I haven't used too many of them so far, but there's definitely some that have potential in the spell and in the ward slot that I've been keeping an eye out for. There's a couple blue unique amp wards that could be pretty cool. No. Let's stick with that for now. I guess I could use this. That'll boost that bonus element. Damage dealt, I guess. Yeah, go damage dealt. Okay, another one. Finally got a fortifying sigil. Let's go, Trinity. You know what I was thinking about in terms of enemy design? There's a thing from Remnant from the Ashes I really like, where not the major, like, super major bosses, but the still bosses, the more minor bosses. Each of them is modeled after one of the elite enemy types in the game, and they're just basically that, but scaled up. With, like, one additional mechanic sometimes. I really would like if we had mini bosses like that, and there's some that cover certain enemy types like that in this game, but not everything is covered. I'd like more of that. I think they definitely moved in the right direction in this game, compared to a lot of named enemies in, say, Borderlands games. They're just badasses with a name. They don't do anything different, and they're not even necessarily scaled up. They're saying an Iclops mini boss. There's one, two. They don't really do anything special though. Way over there, huh? Like Pyro Pete? Not quite. Pete kind of does his own things. And I'd personally say Pyro Pete design in general is something to stay away from, because he's very simple for what's supposed to be a very epic raid boss. I do not care for Pete. Like, sure, it's got a mechanic, but that's one, and Wonderlands has proven that you could go way more ham than that with boss design in these kinds of games.
You love my stuff.
Fought the final raid on stream. If not, can't wait to see it. I've not fought the fourth boss on stream. I fought it off stream for the first time a couple days ago, but I've not fought it on stream yet. It's tough to get the RNG for the particular one. I have to do extended runs. And, maybe after the next code, I'll switch to my Graveborn, and we'll try to get Maker if we can manage it. Twister did so much damage to that guy. Holy shit. That was actually nuts. Just threw him across the room and ate his health bar. Enemies that got caught in the Twister, ooh, they're not gonna be okay. That's good damage.
Looks like magic back on the menu. Even without a wand, my move is still deadlier than a blood white.
I'm still doing the crystals pickup thing. I gotta break that muscle memory. Now that I know I don't need to, I'll just go.
You're probably rolling out here.
Yeah, that efficiency freezing from Max Cold Snap cannot be beat. Example is fun, that is true. As Samantha Vest said, it is neuron activation.
Are you even trying?
Twister really is the fuck Iclops spell.
Volley stop.
Why? That was so close. Oh, that was so close. That was... I clenched a lot. It's unfortunate. A little bit. A little bit. Easy clap. Fortifying is the one that boosts damage. Damage and healing. 20% damage, 8% healing per second. 8% heal per second is a lot. Especially when combined with other methods of survivability. During my first run of the 4th raid boss, the super secret one, I was playing with a bunch of friends and I was playing this character, I was on my spell shot, and I was spamming fortifying sigils around the arena to keep everyone topped off, and it was very helpful. The healing was very good. Take the damage, Lance. Thank you. Easy. No, I don't want that item. What did I just pick up? Did I pick it up? Is it still there? Oh, I didn't. Beautiful. Beautiful. Anyone else love loading in to see the beam for the Dragon Lord statue? I love pushing my DPS into this thing. Gonna go post the launcher I was talking about on your server, just so it's saved somewhere. Sounds good. Give me a good idea on what to keep an eye out for. Not a lot is being done with launchers. I have some ideas. Totally not trying to get sham fleeting working. Nope, I would never. Absolutely not. What makes you decide whether to make an encounter elite or not? If I feel like I have the damage for it, and I don't mind taking longer. Currently, I'm not taking elite rooms in this run because I'm just trying to get to the end faster. And certain kinds of elites, this build's still not quite equipped for. I still really do need that weapon upgrade. Like, this blue does very well, but for it to do raid boss well, I want a better version. That's why if we are going to go for the 4 boss set, I want to do it on my more well-established character. Torgo Burr, morning quag. Hey Term, good morning. How you doing? It's not just any Torg, it's blue Torg Go Burr. Yeah, cat, you are a cat. For sham creaming. Why do you say words, Rune? Barroom Blitz Sham Fleet. Yep, same energy.
Now that's the good stuff.
Speaking of vendors, anchor and a vendor. Nice. Good question that I can't answer. Understandable. Kevin forgives you, Rook. Forgives you for being you. That April Fool's Pog emote is great. just pick up?
Smell the space! Helpful! Can't be coming back from this. Oh, what? I don't do warning shots. So, that's the way it's gonna be, eh? That's more like it.
Hey Iko, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Hi, you fool!
Oh, yeah, you go maggot!
Torque shotties make me happy, so satisfying. Torque in this game just feels really good. The pistols, I'm told they're very good. I haven't used much yet, but I'm told they're great, even for bossing. The assault rifles are great for bossing. If you can get a ×3 crossbow barrel sticky, oh, we got son of a witch. And the shotguns, of course, are fantastic. I'll gluttony him. I could carouser the flesh face. Yeah, this will be fun. Switch this out for that. I don't know if beefy's the word. Beefy makes sense. We were talking about the sound design of it earlier, and it was like, yeah, yeah.
I'll take that.
Good. I want Skeep on cooldown. Okay, there we go. There we go. Corrals are good, by the way. Are there Torg Lego pistols? Yes. There's this weird sentiment that legendaries aren't good in this game. Like, I was using a Jacob sniper max difficulty endgame content as a good bossing weapon. That kind of screams good. Sorry, not Jacob's black powder, same energy though. That was a Furior pistol I used to get through the ward phase. Why haven't I ever seen this boss in my playthrough? This is a version of a playthrough boss. It just gets renamed for the Chaos Chamber. But this is a story area. So you did have to go through this to complete the game. If you've not completed the game yet, then sorry, it's something ahead. Wag hates phase tank healing, then Skeep tanks the boss. Well, I didn't really Skeep tank that boss, Dex. I was dead for half that fight. I was just sitting there in Save Your Soul throwing. After I saw you use it, I went and got one of the next Chaos Chamber Run Dead. Carouser? Nice, also. Nice. Need to get some sleep because I'm drunk. Have a good day, guys. Hydrate, David, and get some rest. I appreciate you. Current gun you're just using? I'm using a body rocker shotgun. It's just a ×18 blue, not even chaotic or anything. The 2 mag is really important for this, and the ×18. Gluttony, which is this for your pistol, and a carouser. That's what I used for that boss fight. Haven't used the White Rider yet, but White Rider's good for armor.
Unleash hell!
Where's the correct twister? There it is. Shotgun ammo is very abundant, so that's why I'm willing to use it in this phase. Now I'm gonna take the slow and steady approach and go this way. Let the boss come to me. Hey, that was worthwhile. Being patient actually does get you a faster kill here. How common would you say the masters of this game are? Uncommon. Any armor skill combos you think are enticing? Stabble Claw seems good for dotting. It's really going to depend on which skill rolls you want, Dex. The skill rolls are the biggest thing to look out for aside from the stats on armor. And you'll see things like, for example, on this setup, I'm using a Spellshot Spore Warden because this has a point in high thread count and 3 in prestidigitation. Could potentially roll 4, but you know I didn't get super lucky on this drop. The cheese god was kind enough to pass to Days, who passed it to me. But it's got really good damage stats and the skill rolls here, along with Spellshot power. So for a lot of these. For a lot of these multi-class setups, you're going to see people using a secondary class, or even sometimes a primary class, that isn't one they even have. Because the skill rolls can often matter. And that second point in high thread count, that's another 3 spellweaving stacks. And 3 spellweaving stacks at base is another 30% spell damage. Now you've got just warming up, so that's 12% fire rate. And you've got 1 slot 1 kill, so that's 12% gun damage. And then you've got the fact that Spellshot power increases the spell damage from spellweaving stack. So currently I'm getting 59% more value out of each spellweaving stack. So instead of 10% per stack, you know, it's 10 times 1.59 per stack. So an extra 3 is huge. That is so much in so many areas, and that makes using the high thread count armor more worth than, say, grabbing a spell shot berserker armor. Yes, cat. And in this setup, berserker power would only increase my enrage bonus element, so minimal anyway. Boomerang kind of sucks. Yes, Kevin. Hi. You are a cat. I'm proud of you for being a cat. What was the ring I picked up? Oh, that's pretty good. Gun damage, spell crit chance, cooldown, assault rifle mag. That's pretty good. Alright, I'll keep that for sure. Drop that Quaking Thunder. Drop that Magic Barrage. Alright, now we have slots. So I want that Twin Soul, but I want Body Rockers. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have sights on 2 armor piece combos and all of them purely to get points into the awe skill. Both the combinations are completely useless for me outside of awe, but those 3 points feel worth it. Claw stab on fucking spell shot claw. Yeah, going for certain class combinations is definitely going to be a real big min-maxing thing. I imagine the armors we'll see used most are amalgams for the extra passes, especially as we get further chaos tiers, and warped paradigm for certain class combinations, generally spell shot stuff, because converting that spell damage that you get in abundance into other types of damage, really potentially good. Having around 160% spell damage, we're 45% also added guns, very nice 76% gun damage, as well as 44% from the gun damage skill. Most gun damage, I believe, yeah, spell shot definitely has most gun damage. And I totally forgot to mention magic bullets there. Taking the spell damage, making it gun damage, so, yeah. Good shout, Dominic. Any polymorph Buffmeister shenanigans? There's a lot of people doing that, Trinity, and ultimately that's one of the least interesting things you can do with polymorph. Like, think about it. You have an action skill that gives you near infinite ability to spam a spell, and you go for a spell that doesn't even, like, stack. The boring one that's overpowered in every setup you slap it in, that is most notably associated with an exploit. It doesn't do anything interesting other than number go up. And you use polymorph for that. Like, you can do that, absolutely, but what's the point? It's like using a rocket launcher to flip a light switch. Like, I mean, you could, but it causes damage to other things. Number go up good. You have your current build posted somewhere. I do not yet, Duke of Squirrels, but I plan on, time and energy allowing, making a video to cover this setup. I can go over the spec for you in a few moments here once I'm done looting, if you'd like. I would spam cubes? See, that'd be adorable. Having the cubes bouncing everywhere. I like doing it to spam Quaking Sunders, because it's really good mobbing coverage. Quaking Sunders have very wide radius, very long range, go through walls, track enemies. Very effective. You can use it to spam sigils. For good support for you and your team. Sigil's not named Buffmeister, to be clear. You can use it to spam calamities, singularities. Rather spam meteors or hydra? There you go. You could use it to spam hydras. Yeah. Much more creative. ×5 Rain of Arrows. I didn't know it could get as low as ×5. I'd never gotten below a ×6 before. What's the lowest projectile count you can get on a Rain of Arrows, chat? Anyone know? How does polymorph work with channel cast? Does it just cast them at no charge? It does a puff at the least amount of, like, commitment you can do. So, yeah, it's kind of weak with channel stuff. Also with repeating spells, not great. Like with inflammation, it's just a very short puff of fire, and that's it. Heard I had a 50-50 between Clawbringer and Berserker, went Claw, it seems I made the wrong choice. Rage is so good. Berserker is just a really solid class. It just has a lot to it that buffs anything else you're doing. Like, the skill tree is so good. Even on this setup, I don't really get anything out of the class feat most of the time, but the skill tree is incredible. And back, how's the hotfix? I've not restarted my game, Nitro, so I couldn't tell you. Would pairing Spell Shot with Stabbo be okay? With Stabbo being primary, that way if I wanted to do flag build support too? Absolutely, Mustard. Absolutely. Okay, so, here's the spec. I've got a Carouser, because this is a good source of covering my fire damage issue. Sometimes I want to have that fire on flesh multiplier. And most importantly, it's got a fast reload speed. And this build is structured around reload speed. Reloading gets us spell weaving stacks, which is spell damage, gun damage, and fire rate. So we want to do as much of that as possible. So we use a Carouser. This gun hits very, very hard. It's also nice in mobbing for a little bit of aggro relief against enemies. We have a Gluttony for brute forcing through things we can't elementally match up favorably on. So earlier in this run, I used this against Son of a Witch to deal with the ward phase, because I don't have an abundance of shock damage right now. and I just brute forced. Gluttony hits extremely hard. And notably, dark magic element weapons did get buffed in today's hotfix, so this will even get a tiny bit better. It's just like a 6% buff, but it's something. And then the main event in this build is this body rocker. Times 18 2-mag Torg sticky shotguns are absolutely amazing, and this blue one melts raid bosses. It's really good. I've been farming for an upgrade, that's why I'm putting so much to the shotgun bunny. Hopefully I get an upgrade soon, because I'm losing my mind. And then I have a White Rider. This is just a really powerful SMG in the poison element. There's not a lot of good poison weapons. This is one of them. Note that you want to use it on single beam, not dual beam. The damage is butt on dual beam, but single beam, really good. I have a frying pan here just for the enchant at the moment. My goal here is a twin soul with amp and echo with this enchant. That'd be ideal. As for rings, I have... you want to, for this build, have anything with gun damage, spell damage would be ideal here. As a spell shot, you can use a spell damage ring, and it does give you some amount of gun damage. Worth doing. Generally, mood rings are going to be the go-to, because we are using glass cannon, so our ward does not regen, so we always get uptime until the next time we get a death save. We always get uptime on this double effect. And the mood rings effect doubles all the passives on the item. So the gun damage, spell crit damage, melee crit chance, shotgun crit damage, that all gets doubled up. Same thing on this one. Running a Cursed Wit, I have an adrenaline part, so I get a bunch of extra reload speed while it's depleted, but also, while the Cursed Wit's depleted, it itself gives you damage reduction and a huge damage bonus. Just got a triple Nova Shield, nice. I'm using an Amalgam with a point in high thread count for 3 extra spell weaving stacks. It's got 3 points in Prestidigitation for reload speed, and then it's just got really good passes. Gun damage, move speed, all damage, gun crit, area damage, just very, very powerful. And spell shot power increases my spell weaving stacks, so that's good. Remember, your armor's skill rolls are determined by which classes it has. That's why this one is secondary Spore Warden, because that's necessary to get those skill rolls. I'm using a Skeep. Skeep is the best defensive amulet in the game. I'd say it's the best amulet overall in the game, because when you hit 50% health every 30 seconds, it spawns a Skeep that flies around doing healing pulses that heal you to full, and it flies around for about 10 seconds. You can also kill the Skeep to get out of Save Your Soul. You can kill the Skeep to trigger on kill effects. It's just a really solid amulet. I want a better one. I want one with like a damage stat instead of fire rate, but I'm using this one for now, because it's Frost and Spell Shot. Then for my spells, currently I'm using Ambihextrous, but you can use Polymorph in the setup if you so choose. I'm using 2 Twisters. Remember, as a spell shot, the elements of your spells influence which bonus elements you're getting on your gun. So switch out as needed. A couple times I did switch out the Fire Twister for a Lightning element Twister to have that bonus element against wards, but for the most part, I run around with Cryo one because that is going to be boosted by my Berserker bonuses to Cryo. It's also going to help me freeze things faster, which is more damage. Skill tree wise, we go max Spell Shot, and we go down to Relentless Rage and Berserker. The thing with running Ambihextrous with this is that you have no natural way of enraging, because Ambihextrous does not count as an action skill for any purposes. So, we enrage by getting out of Save Your Soul. All crit chance from dealing lightning damage doesn't proc from Oath of Thunder. Sad. You want to chase the 1000% mods on spells for the gun damage buff? The times 1000? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Duke. I tried the Torg Sword, range echo hits through walls. Yeah, Ragnarok is pretty good. Ragnarok is pretty good with echo, for sure, Daniel. If only Twisters gave both imbues to your gun. That'd be sick, Andy. That'd be really nice. Unfortunately, it just, it looks at the main element of the Twister. That'd be cool if it gave you both. But we'll start with the Berserker tree. Berserker tree is, in my opinion, just the most universally supportive skill tree in the game. You have elemental damage here, you have global damage, you have efficiency for your global damage plus movement speed. You have one of the best defensive skills in the game with absolutely no downsides. You have massive healing, you have reload and swap speed, you have melee damage, you have area damage, and you have massive quality of life. Like, the first 4 tiers of Berserker are completely insane. They're so good. And then over in Spell Shot, we've got Magic Bullets, which converts our spell damage into gun damage at a 45% efficiency rate. Very, very, very powerful. We've got Max Prestidigitation for reload speed. This is why using guns that work in the way they do is optimal here. This gun we reload after every shot, and that basically allows us to have faster effective fire rate and also consistent damage instead of burst damage with the stickies. It's great with this because this is a 1 mag. It's great with this because we're chucking it. It works out very well. And reloading gives you spell weaving, so very useful. 1 point Spell Sniper to get down the tree. Max just warming up. That is mostly to help our White Rider when we shoot it. And the benefit of this scales up with more spell weaving stacks, so it's a no-brainer. There's other ways to get spell crit. Getting the fire rate is not as easy. Glass Cannon, this is to keep our ward broken. This keeps the benefit of our mood rings and our cursed wit up more of the time. And additionally, it's 30% spell damage, very high value for 1 point, and extremely good when combined with unarmored defense. I just find it poetically neat that they're at the same spot in the tree. They go very well together. Imbued Weapon is, make gun better, and this gets more value out of Ambihextrous. So this is why we switch around our spell elements sometimes, even against enemies we're not hitting with the spells. High thread count is 3 spell weaving stacks per point. We have the second point from our armor. It's very good. Double knot is just damage. 1 slot, 1 kill is gun damage per spell weaving stack, which obviously scales up with high thread count. And then Sever the Thread gives us really good uptime on our spells because our shotgun here hits 36 times per pull of the trigger. 36 chances at Sever the Thread is pretty good. That's the build. Oh, and then for hero stats, max crit, and then I put the rest in Constitution. Spell cooldowns are relevant with Spell Shot Capstone. I don't have an action skill with Ambihextrous, so Attunement is irrelevant, and I'm not really leaning into status damage, so Wisdom doesn't do much for me. So I went for the tank with Constitution, especially with unarmored defense. Constitution gets even more value. Any word on if they're implementing Echo Cast at a later date? No word. No word. They have not said anything. It's spell radius. That's why I'm coming back to this. Double spell radius sounds like it'd be cool, but I don't use many spells that are affected by that. So, are there new items? I've not played with the hotfix, Nitro. Hotfixes require you to, relaunch the game, usually, for fresh hotfixes, rather than alterations to existing hotfixes. So, I've not played with it yet. I've not relaunched my game. The way the notes are worded implies that maybe some items that were supposed to drop, but weren't, are now doing so. This is ×2 crossbow barrel, the right crossbow, with a good enchant right out of the gate. It's not ×3, so I almost let it go, but that's good enough that I'm going to take that regardless. I don't need that rate of arrows. Is that double gun handling? That's so much. That at Volatile's probably you never have recoil again. And I tried Stabospore. A lot of people playing it, and I've heard good things. I want to do a Stabospore gun build. That sounds like that'd be a good time. Rebuke doesn't work for proccing Awe either. What's this bullshit? Rip Awe. What does proc Awe? That might be easier to answer. Claw broken. Oof. Pain, suffering, sad clawbringer noises. Alright, so before we switch characters, let's give away the last of those codes. Excuse me. So I have 2 codes left. And if you guys would like to win a skeleton key, which are fantastic for early gearing. Go ahead and put... Let's see. Keyword is gear. 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 Put that in the chat, and I'll wait for about a minute, and then I will draw the final 2 winners. It's 2 codes, so best of luck. These are individual codes. They're not reusable. Best of luck. Mods. Alright, best of luck, everybody. Do I have to own the game to use it? If so, I'd reroll myself if I'm chosen. You get no use out of it if you don't have the game, but you can redeem it without the game for when you do have it. So, if you plan on getting the game, this still can be something you use. And if you do plan on getting the game, you can do exclamation mark Wonderlands for my affiliate link that supports me. And if you go Chaotic Great Edition through that, you get some extra stuff. It's cool. Cosmetics. Alright, best of luck, everybody. J-Bridge. Congrats, J-Bridge. You know the deal. Message me somewhere, Twitter, Twitch, Discord, and I'll get you your code. And for the second one, last chance. This is the final code. Everyone get gear in the chat if you're trying to win a skeleton key code. This is the final one. Okay, I'll wait a little bit longer for this one. Mods. Okay. Okay. Close it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Why are you honking? What is your deal? That's rude. Don't do that. Okay. Captain Deadpool. Captain Deadpool. Captain Deadpool 06. Or Capt Deadpool, I suppose. I should be precise. So, go ahead and message me Twitter, Twitch, or Discord for your code. I'll provide it to you. And congrats to anyone who got a code. That is my final skeleton key. We're going to do one more Chaos Chamber run. But thanks for hanging out, guys. All seems to only work off guns, spells, melee action skill. Huh. Interesting. Rick! There's J-Bridge. Once again, thank you to 2K for providing these codes. They've been really supportive about giving us stuff to give out, and I just love sharing the love for the game with you guys. It's been really awesome. This has been my first like big game launch I've been hyped for, and this is the first one I've been on a team for, so it's really cool to me. You guys have been crazy supportive through this, and I'm so happy to do this stuff. So yeah, whenever, Captain Deadpool, I'm holding that last code for you. All you gotta do is whisper me Twitter, Twitch, or Discord. Whatever's more convenient for you. If you do go through not Twitch, then I'm just gonna, like, ask you in the chat to verify. Just message on Twitter. Ooh, thank you. There you are. And beautiful. Village Idiot Stabbo, what stat should I prioritize? Probably crit. Something crit related for that. Depending on your action skill, you might want, and your multi-class, you might want ability cooldown, maybe. But crit early on is just a good bet. Crit damage in particular. There's a key on Twitter yesterday. Yes, Matt Cox tweeted out a key yesterday. Let me just update my title real quick. So that people know giveaway's over. Okay. Let's get back on Bereaver, and we'll do a run of that. Is everyone's key? Yeah. The one that Matt tweeted out is reusable, so you can use that one. Here, let me see if I can link that for you guys for anyone who hasn't used that one yet. Yeah, anyone else find things like that by looking through their own likes? There you go. There it is. That is a skeleton key tweeted out by the creative director of the game himself. Yep. Is there a way to change name for characters? Not at this time. I hope that's something they implement in the future, Skilly Death, but not currently.
You've been on the protein, ain't ya? And so we are drawn together.
Which do you think was the better addition to the part system of the respective games? Laser to TPS or crossbow barrel for Wonderlands? Definitely crossbow barrels, and it's not even close. Not even remotely close. Lasers are something that never needed their own manufacturer. Meanwhile, crossbow barrels are things that go across multiple manufacturers and provide meaningful damage and changes to playstyles in multiple ways. Laser was just recategorizing things without actually doing anything interesting. Sorry. There's a lot of things I like about TPS. Laser being a category was not one of them. Because in no way was that superior to, say, BL3's approach of, hey, you have Torg has a laser exploder. It's a laser. It's just an AR, but it's a laser. You had a bunch of Malawan lasers. You had COV lasers. You had Dahl lasers. Across different weapon types. I just never saw the point to laser as implemented in TPS. Meanwhile, crossbow barrels definitely change how you approach certain weapons.
I kill guys with a little help from my
Mine wouldn't let me change it, so I'm stuck with newbie.
Are you prepared?
Unfortunate.
We'll see.
Alright, let's do a normal run. Interesting perspective. Can't really argue, although I disagree they weren't interesting on their own. Yeah, that part of it is subjective. Of course. There is obviously a bit of my own opinion mixed in with impact on game design there. And everyone's got their opinions. But yeah, I personally think that crossbow barrel is more expansive of a game feature. Affects more things. You know how I work, boom. So we're going to do a normal run, and we're going to try to go as fast as possible.
But seriously, you should dare. Enter.
Now that I don't need to stop to pick up crystals, I wonder if we can get that sub 9. It would require a good seed, though, and we don't have really an abundance of movement speed. we do have his damage, though. What is the purpose of the KO con? It's so weird. Just kind of arbitrarily can't be enchanted. And it feels terrible to use. Terrible seat here. Thank you, Skeep. I'm still doing it. I'm still going for the crystals.
I need about a gallon of coffee.
You can only mantle from like one spot on this cliff. Here, I want to reset this run. Handy dandy reset button. Crystal Addict, it's true. I have a problem, and I do not hesitate to admit it.
Come on, Fate Maker.
Better map. What do we get tile set wise? Crabs again. Chat, the Dragon Lord gave me crabs. I don't like these either. Nasty spill. Trying to go fast. Fuck. You don't have to pick up the crystals? No, they auto pick up when you enter the next room. That's cool. This crystal addiction is much less harsh on your teeth. That's true. Oh, game, why are you stuttering like that?
Can't wait to throw some spells. I can get used to this.
Take that third. I do think snapping fingers to cast spells is too awesome to change. Style over stats always. Some of the snapping spells are so satisfying, Don. They're great. I gotta make a theater kid build where you just snap at everything. For an next trick, I will make the enemies disappear. Oh, I forgot to transfer over that White Rider. I was gonna do that. Shit. I guess we're rolling SMGs on the bunny on this run, because I want a White Rider for this character. For Cyclops, in particular. It locks on, and it's a laser. What are even the snapping spells? Haven't found any. Channel spells. They're all channel spells, or repeating. I haven't found any simple snapping spells. They might exist.
Game bag? Well, that going for you.
Yeah, this run's not gonna be as fast as I want it to be. It's not a great siege. That's fine.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. Oh, that's quite the hangover.
I didn't mean to pick that up. Damn it. Standard charge versions. Yeah, that's the channel versions, but are there simple cast? That was my question. Come on, check enemies.
Oh, I'll make a nice payday out of you.
There we go. Blue. Ah, we're going fast. We don't have time for blue. Could still do it pretty fast, but we did blue a few times today.
Good stuff. I never get tired of that.
Wow. Alright, that zombie died to the trap, and then spat puddles everywhere. Oof. The one good thing about this modifier is it doesn't just kill you. It kills enemies too. So it can be kind of amusing to watch the weaker enemies just kill each other by accident.
Quite the collection.
Any tips for Jacob Scones want to build a Deadeye kind of character? Keep an eye out for ×4 black powder ARs with the crossbow barrel. Pretty good DPS from those. And because crossbolts give you extra damage for each one you have stuck in, much like how Torg stickies do, the ×4 ARs apply them faster. Also look for high projectile shotguns. You can get them in 16, 21, and possibly 25. The Carouser sniper rifle is really good. You can keep an eye out for Masher pistols as well. Masher crossbow pistols are very good. Wow, get fucked, Zomboss. You just face tanked her in Reaper thanks to Skeep and all of our healing. Reaper Bones is sick. Masterwork Handbow, yeah, that's a great one. 10:02, not the sub 10, because bad seed on those first couple maps, but still, a 10-minute run is on the faster side for sure. Zomboss being one of the faster bosses definitely helped us recover some of that time. If you get, like, Lechance or Zomboss, Lechance and Zomboss are the fastest. Parasite is also fast. Lechance, Zomboss, Parasite are, like, the fast tier. You can do Son of a Witch and Nightmare very quickly if you have high damage. Dragon Lord just takes a long time no matter what. Drill takes a long time no matter what. Banshee can be on the faster side if you have high damage. But you know featured runs have less health than regular runs? That I don't know, but that's something I've heard people say a lot. So it's something I'll have to look into. It could be people coincidentally getting the bug where Chaos health scaling does not apply. They could just happen to get that on featured runs. But I do not know for certain either way. Alright, SMGs. Because I want... Give me a volatile White Rider. That'd be nice. No, I forgot to grab my Lootla. You miss UVH? UVH like the show? Hopefully they bring that kind of thing back. If you mean UVHM, like the third playthrough in Borderlands 2 and TPS, no, I think that was a terrible game mode. Very glad it's gone. So different answers depending on what you mean. It's a Spriggan. High mag. Not ideal. Shadow Fire. Is it Hydras or Shrikes you want on the Deodents? Anyone who knows that. So what was the unwanted item I grabbed earlier? I picked something up completely accidentally. How was that? I feel like nobody's talking about melee in this game like ever. People talk about melee constantly. Tom Nasty. Mostly it's people who haven't put together a melee build complaining that people aren't doing melee builds. Like, okay, you do it. Melee is something that's going to require a lot of game knowledge and investment to get to work. Now, Moxie put up a melee build that takes advantage of the live wire, turning your melee into a gun. So it's like reverse face puncher stuff. I have plans that I want to do a blast chill greatsword setup, but there's so many build ideas I'm messing with that it'll take me time to circle around to it. Doesn't loot luck apply when the map's loading? Switch into luck shield in this case wouldn't do anything. So, the thing with loot luck, Daniel, is that's probably the intended way, but it checks sometimes when it's not supposed to, and it doesn't check sometimes when it is supposed to. Loot luck is kind of bad at updating, so even if it's placebo, for now, I like equipping loot luck in here. Take that just in case. Like, it doesn't apply on your first load into the game. Loot luck is just weird about what it's applying to at the moment. Blast Chill Executioner's Blade. I'm not really a fan of Executioner's Blade, for being totally honest. Seems like it's kind of weak compared to other capstones. But I could be comparing unfavorably. But yeah, like Don said, melee is in a pretty good place. It's just, there's going to be certain enemies that melee is not conducive to, you know, doing their mechanics. Spell crit chance and all damage dealt with high threat count. That's good. This is really good. Shame about the companion damage. If that companion damage had been gun damage, I probably would have taken this. There's gonna be some bosses that you don't want to melee. Like melee drill, probably pretty awful. Just because access. And melee, as in pure melee, is going to be something that purists are not gonna feel as great about, more than likely, because Wonderlands is a game that encourages you to weave multiple methods of dealing damage together. Gun builds use spells a lot. Companion builds use melee a lot. Action skill builds use guns a lot. Spell builds use guns a lot. Like, it's all weaved together. Backed off the melee build once I got to Dragon Lord. Yeah, you're looking at spamming Ragnarok or Fatebreaker at Dragon Lord, and even then, I'm pretty sure you still need to shoot a gun at the dragon. So, yeah. Hey, into Borderlands. Should I start making a build at 40 and just use whatever right now, 37, or start making a build now? I'd say you can start working your way towards an actual concrete build at 37. You might want to do other things first, though. Like, you can go to the overworld, finish up anything you haven't done there, get the rest of the shrines and dice you have there, for example. And that can set you up to be just more prepared for the game in general. Also gives you a lot of XP, and that'll get you to 40. And then once you're at 40, you won't ever have to worry about out-leveling any of the loot you get. Chill at 40, Chaos 1, and then start the gearing process for your build, because you can gear up on Chaos 1 just as well as you can gear up on Chaos 19. It only changes on Chaos 20 when Volatile gets put into the pool. You have all the loot die? I do not. I do not. On this character, I have very few. Yeah, I have 94. I do not. Some of my characters I have more than others, but on this one I did not really bother. I just kind of grabbed some on the way. But yeah, I think this is a good stopping point. Account-wide loot dice went. Hopefully soon, Andy. That's something I would want. Hopefully soon. That's not something I'm ever going to do more than like 2 or 3 times tops. So, and as they release more classes, which they've confirmed they're doing, that's going to compound. I imagine once we get Class 7, people are going to be like, wait, hang on. So hopefully they do it before then. But yeah, that's going to be it for today's stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Follow me on Twitter, here on Twitch if you'd like to see more of my content. I'm live 6 to 7 days a week, usually 6, but with Wonderlands, I don't know. I might stream some Sundays here and there, get more stream time in. I've been streaming longer than my scheduled hours as well. Sub to the VOD channel on YouTube if you want to see the stream archive in case you ever miss streams. Every stream gets uploaded there. The main YouTube channel, Little Baron, I don't really keep up with upload stuff because I'm a live content guy, but I do have a couple builds I definitely want to make structured build videos on. that I've been enjoying for sure. What else is happening? So tomorrow, before Wonderlands, I was using Saturday for Variety. Now, I don't know how long it's gonna be before Variety Saturdays come back. Maybe post Godfall update, which is next week, I start bringing back Variety Saturdays. As more games I want to play on stream come out and such, Variety Saturdays more likely to come back. But for now, assume I'm gonna stream Wonderlands tomorrow. Same time, same place as always. If you guys got a raid message shitpost, feel free to hit me with one while I find someone we can go to. But once again, I want to thank you guys for hanging out and supporting me through all this. I want to thank 2K for providing the codes for the skeleton key giveaway. And I was gonna say I want to thank the Academy because that's a meme since forever, but that's a bit of a charged statement right now, huh? We got Lazy on, we got Birdman on, K6 is still on, probably not for too much longer. Dame is on, though she starts around the same time I do. Tweety's just starting. We can go to Tweety. Pascaroni's on as well. We go to Tweety. Speaking of Godfall, soon TM. I gotta read through the stuff they released recently. That's a real slapper. Wonderlands pull from Godfall in game at all? It certainly looks like they did Shrapnel, didn't it? Like, Chaos Chamber is very Godfall-like, in a good way. But anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. We'll raid Tweety. Go ahead and put,
I'd give it all for a little more. Wonder what my friends are up to.
Go and do that.
It was, oh, no, he's dead.
It's a raid message. I want to go get some food because I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
She's dead.
So I appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Friends, the only fun ones always get themselves killed.